So look for a fast, aggressive play from the Charlotte Bloodhounds on the left-hand side of your screen, and they only have 4 bodies to do it with. Because that major penalty, there was not 2 players left to pull, so they have to start with 4. And here goes on the breakout, looking at Prime, trying to get out wide, to spread the field, increase those angles, and get those in-the-middle shots. But both teams losing a body, and here comes the Bloodhounds. Ooh, gets absolutely destroyed, but trades out with them, so he's a happy man, but he got shot about 20 times. And the Bloodhounds continuing to try to push forward. They have to. They have no choice trying to score 3 points here fast and not able to do it. So Birmingham Prime is going to be able to put up another point. And they're going to, Charlotte Bloodhounds concede. So now you're looking at a 4-point spread with 1 minute and 2 seconds, and this game is over. So good work by Prime. And the MVP is absolutely Manners for Prime.
Yeah. And I'm pretty sure that was Manners in that 2-on-2, who was all the way over on the Dorito side of the field as well. Filled out there in the middle of that game, but...
So, going to take another quick break. We'll be right back with the conclusion of this matchup.
Jersey from Empire Paintball, featuring M-Dry technology. M-Dry is an engineered mesh fabric designed to breathe more in certain areas than others. It also features breathable tough mesh slider forearms that are both rugged and promote airflow. Strategically placed rib and shoulder biofoam padding protects the player from the impacts of sliding, diving, or incoming paintballs. Integrated biofoam lycra gloves protect your palms from turf burn and the back of your hands from paintballs. M-Dry panels are designed to take into account spatial distribution of heat and moisture in different parts of the body and regulate the airflow and moisture. The gradient mesh gets larger at the top and smaller at the bottom in the weave to let the hotter zones breathe more. The hex pattern is woven into the lightweight fabric in a gradient, so there are more open mesh holes at the top of the chest rather than the bottom, making the Contact F5 the most comfortable, lightweight, and breathable paintball jersey available. The Contact F5 jersey from Empire Paintball, featuring thermal regulated performance with the all-new M-Dry technology, available at empirepaintball.com.
We are back, 2015 PSP Dallas Open, and we're watching the last point, most likely, for this D1 semifinal matchup between the Charlotte Bloodhounds and Birmingham Prime. It's been all Prime, scores 4-0, in case you're just joining us. And next up after this, we are going to be starting the D4 finals. And that will be Chicago Warp Black taking on the H-Town notorious FSU.
And here come the Bloodhounds through the middle of the field.
Look for a penalty. And there's a penalty on Prime, and another major penalty on the Bloodhounds.
And more penalties. Penalties on penalties. What?
And look for another penalty.
There's a live Bloodhound somehow at the end of that point. Wow, what a play.
Well,
I mean, the Bloodhounds just went charging down the field.
They did what you needed to do in their situation. They had no other choice but to run into the breach. No other option.
Yep.
And they somehow pulled it off.
Yeah. Joseph Aller made the move coming down here through the snake side. You had Nicholas Walters. He came busting through the middle. Everybody's just running everywhere. And after all the pandemonium, Charlotte had the one body left alive.
Unbelievable. That was probably the most chaotic point we've seen all weekend long.
Yeah.
Well, we had yet to see a team aggressively push that hard right away. And again, no other option. They had no choice. Now with 25 seconds left, score 1-4. Again, still not enough time for the Bloodhounds to tie this up. So we will be watching Birmingham Prime move on to take on Portland Uprising.
Who you got in that Prime Uprising game?
Prime had some clutch points, but I'm going to have to take Uprising.
Yeah?
Yeah.
All right.
You got Prime?
I'll take Prime.
Okay.
I'll take Manners. I'll take Manners in the squad.
Manners came to play some paintball today.
Thought Prime was doing a pretty good job of shooting bodies on the break as well.
There he is right there, number 3. Manners.
Tray piece.
Birmingham Prime getting it done for his team today. So here we go. Charlotte Bloodhounds. This will be the last point of their Dallas Open. Gets a almost false starts, and then I don't think he quite tagged up. I don't think the ref caught it either. So Bloodhounds continuing their aggressive push up the center and wrapping around, trying to get bodies.
Here come the Bloodhounds. Here comes the push. Oh, getting
look
chopped
for more.
up.
Look for some more penalties.
More penalties, more bloodshed, more bodies.
I'm going to say look for some penalties because it doesn't mean anything at this point. It's not going to carry over unless you get unless you tank somebody. So congratulations to Birmingham Prime. They take the victory here, 4-1, and they will be moving on to take on Portland Uprising. Next up, we will have Chicago Warp Black taking on the H-Town Notorious FSU in the D4 final. And then after that, we'll have the Pro Edge Army taking on Ralph Boys in the D3 final. Then the D2 and 1 finals. And then the game we are all waiting for, Los Angeles Infamous, will be taking on Houston Heat to determine the winner of the 2015 PSP Dallas Open. Who do you have in that game, Todd?
You know I want Infamous to win. That's my squad.
Yeah, so Todd used to be, as we're watching some of the highlights from this, Todd used to coach Infamous, so definitely understand where your heart lies on that one.
Yeah,
so,
you know that last year too with Infamous, we had some epic battles with Houston Heat. You know, those were good times. We ended up finishing 3rd overall that year. Here comes
that was that
Manners.
move by Manners. And look at this, in case you just tuned in. Look at Manners. No hopper, 1 ball in the breach, comes around and drops a shot on Oler. Oh, wait, I don't know if that wasn't Oler on that one. He ran Oler down before that. So that was quite the performance by Manners. That was the craziest thing we'd seen out here all weekend long. So there it is. Next up, Chicago Warp Black taking on H-Town Notorious FSU. So do not go anywhere. Let all your people know across your social networks that the best paintball players in each division will be trying to prove themselves out here on this PSP main field and try to take the victory in their respective divisions. So yeah, we've had quite a tournament here so far, Todd, and the most important game still to come. We've seen Chicago Warped, very strong squad across different divisions over time. They've done very well building up teams, and I don't think we've seen the H-Town Notorious FSU team before. Do you make their jerseys?
We'll see here in a minute. I haven't seen them come out here yet.
And then the Pro Edge Army taking on the Ralph Boys. Ralph Boys a new team too, but that's the thing, brand new paintball world here, in the sense that every year when we come into the new season, the question is, well, who is going to step up in each division? And right now, the teams that we're naming here that are taking, doing battle in these division finals, those are the best teams in their respective divisions and trying to fight for the win. So let's check in with Lauren Kelly.
Hey guys, I am here with Evan Manners from Prime. Congratulations, you guys are going to be going to the finals and battling it out with Uprising for first place. Now, I want to talk to you about that one-on-one that happened over here on the Snake side. Just let me know, what was running through your mind? Your gun was down, you were picking up balls from the ground. It kind of was a lucky situation there.
Yes, very, very nervous. It was I lost him for a second, and something was going on with my loader, took it off, kept picking paintballs off the ground, but you know, I guess he slipped in front of the bunker, and then, you know, I just took advantage of it, and that was it.
Paintball problems, that can happen when there's mud out here. You guys will be battling with Uprising in the finals. Have you guys played them this weekend yet?
Have not. No, have not.
And have you been scouting them?
Not
No
once.
clue, so you're going in blind here. You also had to come in blind with this field layout because it was changed in the semifinals for you. Tell us how you prepared and if you guys felt any more nervous. Did that add pressure?
Actually, I thought we used it to our advantage the best, you know, with no coaching, and we got a lot of help from Shane Pastana and Billy Wing, and you know, it just worked to our advantage on this field.
What was some of the advice Shane gave you before you guys went out there?
Breakouts. That was it. Just really, really good breakouts, and really good containing bunkers, and that was it.
Awesome. Well, congratulations. Prime and Uprising will be advancing into the finals. Stay tuned for D4 finals coming up. Thank you. Hold this really quick. Don't move yet.
Got it.
Guys, I'm on the sidelines right now with your D3 Race to 2 first place winners, Cal Alliance. Sorry, guys. Sorry. Congratulations, you guys won first place.
First place, baby, right there!
Apparently, you're really good at playing in the mud, but give me a little breakdown of any highlights that happened this weekend.
You know, we just had some awesome young talent here, a bunch of high school kids, and I'm a middle school principal. We got counselors on the team. We're just here to have fun, promote the sport, and just be good people. So today was rough in the mud, but hey, it was all about having fun.
Absolutely. Is there anyone you want to thank?
You know, we just want to thank all of our sponsors, GI Sports, shooting the great paint, and all of our friends and family at home. It was awesome.
All right, well, congratulations, guys. Go celebrate.
I
love you, Mom.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Of course, no
Don't work too
problem.
hard. Stay
Yeah.
dry.
Bye, guys. I'm gonna go over there really quick.
Wow, I really like the beat. I got some shit up on my chest. I think it's time I preach. It's time I preach. Yeah, it's time I preach. Yeah, it's time I preach. I don't got the shit to say, then I don't make a sound. I was number one and losing, now it seems we run the town. I've been climbing up them ropes, now I can't seem to get me down. And my homies that I came with be the only ones around. Ain't too good at this trap shit, no. But I can do a backflip, no. Land on my feet on the beat, I don't need no practice. I've been at this, got tactics. See the shit I'm doing right here, that gon' get my ass on the ad list. Everybody talking this and that about the kid, but if you look a little more, you ain't gotta find a clip. Moment that you think you got me figured out, me figured out, I be coming out the blue. White boy with no tattoos, I don't grip Desi's like trap pools, but I got bangers and that's truth. Maybe this here moment been past due. Skating down the street with my pants low, I can write a hit song to a fucking banjo. Over top of crickets at the
charging in like Soap McTavish, only to get blown to smithereens in seconds. Since then, you played every weekend, watched every paintball video, gone to every pro clinic, and still, when it came down to a one-on-one to win the tournament, you choked. That's all in the past. This is a new season, a new match, a new you. This is your redemption.
Welcome back here, 2014 PSP Dallas Open. I'm Matty Marshall, Todd Martinez beside me, and we are about to see the D4 final matchup, and that will be Chicago Warped Black taking on H-Town Notorious FSU. So this should be a good matchup here to determine the winner in Division 4. Also in Division 4, this is a race to 4 points, and there's only 12 minutes of game time.
So, got a lot of chaos going on up here in the middle of the field. Bodies dropping all over the place from both sides. Chicago Warped taking on H-Town Notorious. And a red flag goes flying in the air. That's going to be a penalty out of the back. Both those back center guys going to walk off. H-Town Notorious getting kind of beat on that first game. Chicago Warped taking it to him.
Yeah, Chicago Warped looking real good there. Good job by Josh Rickley and Lauren Galloway. Confirmed kills, as well as Mark Coda. So yeah. Mark Coda shooting Desmond Ward.
H-Town Notorious lost a body off the Snake side, then a body off the Dorito side. And then that major penalty in the back center, that was the killer. So Chicago Warp going up 1 here in these D4 finals. These guys play a 12-minute clock.
Yeah, it's 12 minutes, race to 4 points. So not a lot of time and not a lot of points to work with.
Yeah.
So...
And again, this is the first time
that they've seen this field.
These teams are seeing this field. So whether they got much time to walk it, you know, the 2 layouts out here for them to take a look at. But watching all the pros play, you know, all throughout the weekend, definitely would have been a good investment in your future out here for making the finals.
Yeah, well, they get a little head start on the rest of the divisional teams.
Yeah.
Get one little extra practice game out here before, because this is going to be the layout that the divisional teams will play. In Nashville. So the Nashville Open coming up. It's going to be honest before we know it. And so right now Chicago Warped right hand side, Notorious left hand side. Here we go. Let's see if Chicago Warped can extend their lead. Looking at H-Town Notorious off the break, and 2 guns up in that back center, shooting both ways, and now running up into the center for Chicago Warped. Able to make it up there alive. Referee checking out a player from Notorious on the Snake side of the field. And
Chicago Warped out to that Dorito 1. They got a player in the center tower. Make a move out here to the outside temple. H-Town Notorious getting busy up in the middle of the field, getting bonus balled as he comes through on the A. Doesn't look like he got anybody. He tried to shoot him underneath. Referee gonna run in there and give him a check. Oh, and Chicago Warp gonna lose a player. Coming out here to the Snake side, trying to make a move. Lots of bodies, 4 bodies walking off right now for Chicago Warped.
yeah, I'm trying to figure out what exactly happened to them. Just dying in droves over there. This is exactly what H-Town Notorious wanted to happen, though. Evan Stein, Mark Franz, and Desmond Ward still alive on the field. And just 1 player left alive for Chicago Warped in that back center. Here comes the move up the Snake. for Notorious. H-Town Notorious communicating crossfield, trying to tell his boys that the last player has been eliminated. And now looks like we're gonna get a tied ball game here with under 10 minutes of play. This game brought to you by Kill Cliff Recovery Drink. So Notorious refusing to let Warped start running points up in this D4 final matchup here. Making extra sure that he's clean. That's smart. Don't want to hang it with a hit. You hang it with a hit, it's going to be a penalty and a no point. So the referee's going to scour that player. So let's check in with Lauren Kelly with an update from the Challengers field.
Hey guys, I have a pretty crazy update from the Challenger match between Shock and Outlaws. So in the last 4 minutes, Shock was able to get 2 more points and get that win 6-1 against the Outlaws, so they will be advancing to the finals. But during one of the last points, Brian McKenna and one of the Outlaw players were charging down the middle of the field to the X. Neither one knew the other one was coming, and they ran straight into each other. The barrel hit Brian McKenna in the face and split his chin open. He was actually holding his chin together and is heading to the hospital right now. I talked to him. He's okay. He's in a lot of pain, but he will not be playing for Shock in the finals. Back to you.
Ouch.
Poor Brian McKenna.
Man, Brian McKenna. I mean, it's not like he was pretty anyway. Just kidding, Brian McKenna. I hope you're all right.
Yeah, so it looks like so Shock, a new team out here on Sunday, and what that means is that we're going to see Chicago Aftershock playing in the Champions Division at the Nashville Open.
Yeah,
because the top 2 teams advance. So they still have yet to determine the winner for that bracket out there. But still, that is good to see Chicago Aftershock, after not doing very well in the prelims, to come out here, reinvigorize their squad. Again, great lineup, man. They got Woodley on that team now. Ronnie D's on. Todd Adamson has come back into the fold. Mikey Bruno's been doing a really good job of building that team. So they totally redeemed themselves today, winning against the Tremagun Outlaws. So, yeah, that should be an interesting game, as Thunder will be taking on, is it Thunder?
Yeah, Thunder and Legion.
Yes, Thunder and Legion. So, and then the winner of that game will move in to play Chicago Aftershock. So we'll keep you guys updated with those scores as the day progresses.
So, H-Town losing a body early, trying to make a move to fill in up the middle. Chicago Warp losing a body off the snake side. Here comes the referee running in the middle of the field to go check another H-Town Notorious player in his pack. He gets shot in the goggles, but he's going to get a minor anyway because he was shot previous to getting shot in the goggles. Warp player screaming, calling the kill, and then takes off, launches up the middle. That's number 14, Lauren Galloway. Galloway gets his cap peeled back. And there's number 45 out here on the snake side, trying to wrap around, make a move up the field.
So this is a huge one right here, as these 2 teams are tied up. Here comes Chicago Warped, in much better position than they were that last point. Up to the 50-yard line in the center, going to wrap around and try to take out the last player. Chicago Warped has a lot of bodies to work with, so, and perfect point for Chicago Warped here to take the lead 2-1. Did a really good job isolating players off the break, Todd, and just executing there in that point.
Yeah, and Maddie, the sun has officially remained out.
Yeah, it took till Sunday afternoon, but
it is now a warm day in Dallas.
Yeah, they had to actually let air out of the bunkers. That's when you know the sun's come out.
Yeah. I got way too many layers on right now.
And what do you think this is, Friday morning? Yeah, so it took a while, but finally get a nice day out here. It's probably not going to have enough time to get the mud to dry out, but that wouldn't be good anyway, because then you're just running around diving on concrete.
All right.
So looking into the pits right now for Chicago Warped, up 2-1 over H-Town Notorious. So a good full team. There was a penalty on Notorious, so that helped Chicago Warped. But a full team effort there. Lots of guys getting kills on that one.
Yeah, and Chicago Warp coming up. You know, here 2-1. You know, McKenna's Canadian, right? They have that centralized health care.
Yeah, free healthcare up there.
Yeah. Is he going to be okay down here in the United States?
Probably.
Send some Canadian dollars down to pay for it.
So these two teams going to play this next one here. 8 minutes and 1 second to go in this D4 final matchup. Again, only a race to 4 and only 12 minutes to work with. Also, you saw a penalty that point. So the way the penalties work here, again, 1 for 1s, that's the minor, and a major is a 2 for 1. There is no penalty box. It does not come into play in the divisions. So now they're going to switch sides. So Chicago Warped on your screen now. Going to be on the left-hand side.
Chicago Warp look like they're going to break 3 out to the Dorito side. They have 2 charged up the middle. They lose 1 on the break going out to that Dorito side pin. H-Town losing 2 bodies on the break, possibly 3 as the referee runs in the middle of the field. Looks like the turf's getting a little sticky out there. Players aren't sliding very far. Got to be smart about your moves. H-Town almost lost a player on the dive out to that Dorito side, Phil. Warp losing a body out of that center of the field. Warp losing 2 bodies, but they're able to get a bump out here to the snake side of the field and gain some ground. H-Town, they had a body in the snake side corner, but he gets picked off. He comes walking out, so just 2 bodies left alive now for Notorious. 1 over there in that mini race bunker, and the Dorito side can as Warped starts to come down the snake side. And he picks up the player in the can on the Dorito side. Just 1 body left alive for H-Town. He's going to try and fight it out by jumping up into that mini Dorito.
Oh, hey, and if Warp gets this point, they're going to be 1 point away from victory here, and it's looking that way. Nice closeout here from Chicago Warped. Beautiful job.
Oh, my goodness. Chicago Warped. Remember Chicago Warped? We've seen them in this situation before. There was the guy who was like, we got this in the bag. And then they didn't have it in the bag.
Yeah, I remember that.
And then the next one, it was like, okay, we don't have this in the bag yet.
Well, no, then they cut the guy that said that they had it in the bag.
Yeah.
Who, drawing the ire of the paintball gods, ended up losing that one. And that was one of the best come-from-behind victories we saw in recent memory in the divisions. So
that was a pretty fun game.
Yeah, so it's almost in the bag right now for Chicago Warp, Todd.
Almost in the bag.
Notice how that operative word there is almost. Because with 6 minutes and 33 seconds left, I mean, H-Town Notorious is only down 2 points.
Yeah.
There's no reason they couldn't score 2 points in 6 minutes and 33 seconds.
Yeah, you don't want to say it's in the bag if it's not in the bag.
I just said it was almost in the bag.
It's looking at the bag, thinking about getting in the bag.
There's an option for it to be in the bag.
There's a slight possibility, greater than slight actually, that the bag might be put around it.
All right, well, we'll find out if it's in the bag when we come back from a word from our sponsors. We're here at Cousins Paintball Park in Dallas, Texas for the 2015 PSP Dallas Open. And right now, Chicago Warped is 1 point away from taking this tournament win here, this victory against H-Town Notorious. Remember, Cousins Paintball Park, Woods Ball, Rec Ball, Walk-Ons are home to many affiliate leagues. And great place to play paintball down here. I know they got the biblical deluge came the week preceding this event, so hence the mud bog. But so trudging out to play this point and try to save this tournament for themselves is H-Town Notorious. Already ready to go. Chicago Warped.
Yeah, Chicago Warp trying to put a plan together over here. They got their 5 guys out in the gate. Looks like they're trying to make some last-minute substitutions as Coda comes back on the field.
So a timeout was called by Notorious, and so that's why we have about 20 seconds to go before the start of this next one. You get 2 minutes of timeout time to talk over game plans or try to slow the momentum of your opponents. So Warped on your screen. Okay, off the break. Notorious on your right, Warped on your left. The split screen breakout here. Now we're looking at Chicago Warped, 2-point advantage. They lose a body though. No one dead for Notorious yet. But they don't have very much ground.
Now they did take that Dorito side corner though, give themselves a little bit of spacing. And they're getting out wide over here on the snake side. Looks like referee running in. Nope, gonna be clean. H-Town not giving up very easily. Still no bodies. Oh, there goes one body for H-Town. But they are now on Warp side of the field. And he makes AJ Specca pay for it. And then that guy gets destroyed. But here comes 2 bodies running and gunning for Notorious.
Still though, dropping bodies on both sides. Notorious walking off on that D side. And I think there's just 1 player left alive for them. We might have
looks like a 2-on.
Yeah, it looks like a 2-on-1.
I don't think they know that that body's alive. I don't think they know he's sneaking.
Oh, so they did not know that he was alive.
Oh man!
But he had to post up on the inside guide, Todd, and he didn't realize that there was another guy alive on the outside. So as he blasted the inside guy, as the Warp guy blasts the Notorious player on the inside, the Notorious player who was slowly jaunting down the field, thinking that the point was over, and then he blasted the other guy. So
I think his mistake was ramping to shoot that guy. He shot him like 3 or 4 times. I think he saw the first guy going too. He might have thought he was dead, the guy on the outside. Because 2 guys came on the inside, and he shot the first guy with more than a few balls. So he sees him and goes boom, 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 and then gets blown up in the back. He had a chance to shoot the first guy.
Did you see the slouch of disappointment from the Notorious player when he got blasted, just completely going to sleep on this guy? So watch, here it comes from the inside.
See?
So just slowly jogging the flag in. He looks up. Luckily, he head checks that way or looks that way. Sees him, turns around, blasts him,
Yeah,
and then he gets blasted. And look at the slouch of disappointment.
If he
the
knew,
slow stare, slouch.
If he knew what he was doing right there, should have just getting that first guy, get him 1 time, and then wheel and deal.
Yeah, I can see that the sky's slowly starting to clear here. So between that play right there and the one-on-one that we saw with Manners, the last game, and if you guys just tuned in and you haven't seen the game that that Prime played against the Charlotte Bloodhounds when they defeated the Bloodhounds, you need to go back and watch that game because there was a very unique one-on-one in that situation. So kind of cool to see these divisional games out here. And one, to see the teams that are coming up the ranks and who's looking good this year in the divisions. And then 2, you know, there's always interesting stuff happening in division games.
Gets wild out here sometimes.
So 4 minutes and 51 seconds, and all of a sudden, just when Chicago Warp thought they had it in the bag, Notorious scores a quick point, Todd.
Yep. Never in the bag, Manny, until it's actually in the bag.
On the breakout, the teams have switched sides out now, so Notorious is on your left and Warped on your right. Let's see if Warped, major penalty on Notorious, so this might finally seal the deal here for Chicago Warped. Chicago Warped looking up, seeing that body's coming off, so they start to push up and aggressively in the center and up on that D side as well. So nice work by Chicago Warped as they are going to take the victory here in Division 4 away from H-Town Notorious, and a perfect point for them in this last one to put that so important 4th point on the board with 3 minutes and about 50 seconds to go. Flag getting walked in here. So after a slow trudge through the mud, referee going to check out the flag carrier for Chicago Warped. And if the hang is clean, the victory will be assured, and it is. So a triumphant Chicago Warped here against H-Town Notorious. So coming up next, we're going to have Texas Team Pro Edge Army going to be taking on the Ralph Boys in the D3 finals. So stick around for that. And again, a big congratulations goes out to the boys from Chicago Warped Black. We're going to be right back with some more awesome paintball action coming at you from the 2015 PSP Dallas Open. See you in just a few moments.
Wow, I really like the beat. I got some shit up on my chest. I think it's time I preach. It's time I preach. Yeah, it's time I preach. Yeah, it's time I preach. I don't got much shit to say, then I don't make a sound. Like number one and losing, now it seems we run the town. I've been climbing up them ropes, now I can't seem to get me down. And my homies that I came with be the only ones around. Ain't too good at this trap shit, no. But I can do a backflip, no. Land on my feet on the beat, I don't need no practice. I've been at this, got tactics. See the shit I'm doing right here, that go get my ass on the atlas. Everybody talking this and that about the kid, but if you look a little more, you ain't gotta find a clue. Moment that you think you got me figured out, me figured out, I be coming out the blue. White boy with no tattoos, I don't grip daisies like papoose, but I got bangers and that's truth. Maybe this here moment been passed through. Skating down the street with my pants low, I can write a hit song to a fucking banjo. Over top of crickets with the cowbell ringing in the back, played by a drunk homie named Samuel. Got one thing right, sip a little juice up on a Monday night. Dreamt about this shit, way before I ever knew we one day might. Now I'm feeling super duper cool. Ain't nobody used to mess with us, but now they super do. When they ask me why I do it, I say I do it for you. That's why I got up in the stew so I could drop you something new. I'm saying, wow, I really like the beat. I got some shit up on my chest. I think it's time I preach. It's time I preach. Yeah, it's time I preach. Yeah, it's time I preach. I don't got much shit to say, then I don't make a sound. Like number one and losing, now it seems we run the town. Climbing up them ropes, now I can't seem to get me down. My homies that I came with, we go, boy. The only ones around. Who the hell am I, hey? Pulling out that driveway, wrote the shit on Thursday, put her out on Friday, hold it down everywhere we go. I'm the last boy Rufio. I'm a fucking Judge Judy flow. I'm calling shots from the booth in the studio. Everybody wanna get a little bit of something when you got it, how we got it when we pull it out the oven. I'm just saying how I feel. I ain't searching for no loving, but we get it anyway. Fuck, give you bro a hug and I'ma probably give it back like twice as hard. New flow coming off twice as hard. Probably cause I got like twice the odds against me before I even got to write about. Going off like I said I would. Ahead of my time like it never ever better would. We from apart so I kinda find a better good. Even better great, I even found a better excellent. Rap about my life, I don't rap about this. Sleeping on the couch before I got upstairs. Waking up at noon playing video games, still living what I'm doing with my raps right here. Up, and I've been down that full-time line was true. I was bumming at my job and got adopted by my crew. I had dreams to tell my story, living, loving what I do now. When they ask me why I do it, I say I do it for you. I'm saying, wow, I really like the beat. I got some shit up on my chest. I think it's time I preach, it's time I preach. Yeah, it's time I preach. Yeah, it's time I preach. I don't got real shit to say, then I don't make a sound. I was number one and losing, now it seem we run the town. I've been climbing up the ropes, now I can't seem to get me down. And my homies that I came with be the only ones around. Ain't nobody got nothing, everybody got something. Consider this a sun thing, everybody go ahead and run thing and just preach. Yeah, that's how we preach. Yeah, that's how we preach. I don't got real shit to say, then I don't make a sound. I was number one and losing, now it seem we run the town. I've been climbing up them ropes, now I can't seem to get me down. And my homies that I came with be the only ones around. Wow, I really like the beat. I got some shit up on my chest. I think it's time I preach, it's time I preach. Yeah, it's time I preach. Yeah, it's time I preach. I don't got real shit to say, then I don't make a sound. I was number one and losing, now it seem we run the town. I've been climbing up them ropes, now I can't seem to get me down. And my homies that I came with be the only ones around. Ain't too good at this trap shit, no. But I can do a backflip, no. Land on my feet on the beat, I don't need no practice. I've been at this, got tactics. See the shit I'm doing right here, that could get my ass on the ad list. Everybody talking this and that about the kid, but if you look a little more, you ain't gotta find a clue. Moment that you think you got me figured out, me figured out, I be coming out of blue. White boy with no tattoos, I don't grip daisies like papoose, but I got bangers and that's truth. Maybe this here moment been passed through. Skating down the street with my pants low, I could write a hit song to a fucking banjo. Over top of crickets with the cowbell ringing in the back, played by a drunk homie named Samuel. Got one thing right, sipping little juice up on a Monday night. Dreamt about this shit, way before I ever knew we one day might. Now I'm feeling super duper cool. Ain't nobody used to mess with us, but now they super do. When they ask me why I do it, I say I do it for you. That's why I got up in the stool so I could drop you something new. I'm saying, wow, I really like the beat. I got some shit up on my chest. I think it's time I preach, it's time I preach. Yeah, it's time I preach. Yeah, it's time I preach. I don't got real shit to say, then I don't make a sound. I was number one and losing, now it seem we run the town. I've been climbing up them ropes, now I can't seem to get me down. And my homies that I came with be the only ones around. Who the hell am I, hey? Pulling out that driveway, wrote the shit on Thursday, put her out on Friday, hold it down everywhere we go. I'm the lost boy Rufio. I'm a fucking Judge Judy flow. I'm calling shots from the booth in the studio. Everybody wanna get a little bit of something when you got it, how we got it when we pull it out the oven. I'm just saying how I feel. I ain't searching for no loving, but we get it anyway. Fuck, give you bro a hug and I'ma probably give it back like twice as hard. New flow coming off twice as hard. Probably cause I got like twice the odds against me before I even got to write a bar. Going off like I said I would. Ahead of my time like you never ever better would. Read from apart so I kind of find a better good. Even better great, I even found a better. Waking up at noon playing video games, still living what I'm doing with my raps right here. Up, and I've been down that full-time line was true. I was bumming at my job and got adopted by my crew. I had dreams to tell my story, living, loving what I do now. When they ask me why I do it, I say I do it for you.
Hey guys, I am here with your D4 Race to 4 first place winners, Chicago Warps. Congratulations, guys. How does it feel?
Feels great.
Coming into this match, I mean, you had a completely different field, so how did you feel coming into it?
The team prep's really hard. We played different layouts all winter long at CPX. They communicate a lot and they played well and it showed.
Awesome. Who do you want to thank?
I'd like to thank Empire with their all-in program, CPX Sports, Warp Sports, Intensity. Most of all, Lewis, Dave, and Rob Cole for all their hard work. And
Will Chandler.
No.
Will Chandler!
All right, congratulations, guys. We'll see you in Nashville.
Yeah, thank you.
So we're going to jump right into this next matchup here, Division Finals going down D3. And it is the Pro Edge Army taking on the Ralph Boys.
Pro Edge Army over here coming up the middle of the field.
Pro Edge Army on the left-hand side in the green jerseys. And it looks like bluish-gray for the Ralph Boys.
Ralph Boys, holler at me. Have to lace you up with some real stuff. As they're getting chopped up right now. Pro Edge Army, 2 bodies coming up the middle. 3 over there on that Dorito side. As they're putting the squeeze in that Dorito corner on the last Ralph Boy.
Yeah, not looking good for the Ralph Boys here in this first point. But, you know, hey, man, I mean, this is what I love about the divisions. Grab your buddies, think you're good at paintball, come play. There's tons of different divisions you can play in, and, you know, I think the Ralph Boys might be one of those stories, Todd.
One of those throw-together teams? Is that why they have these broken long-sleeve T-shirts out here playing? Hey, they're in the finals right now.
Hey. But that's how sometimes, sometimes things come together that way. You know, you have some crazy story where a team comes together last minute, or you guys finally decide to, you know, give it a shot, and you roll in there, and things work out, and then you start building your empire up.
Or maybe the airline just loses all your luggage.
So also remember, upcoming events here, Nashville Open, May 1st through the 3rd. That's the next one. And then the third stop on the tour, Mid-Atlantic Open. So Chicago and Mid-Atlantic Open switched dates this year. To try to avoid the downpour that we hit in Chicago the past couple years. We'll see Mid-Atlantic Open June 18th through the 21st. Chicago Open is going to be August 7th through the 9th. And World Cup October 15th through the 18th. Biggest tournament in the world. Catch it all live, paintballaccess.com. So Pro Edge Army, flawless victory in that point for them. Aaron Friedman, Colton McCune, Josh Kroon, Christian Racy, and Ferris Bitar getting that point win for them. So 10 minutes and 42 seconds to go. It's still a race to 4 points here in D3. When we head to D2, we're going to bump it up. D2 and D1 is a race to 5, 15 minutes. D3 and D4, a race to 4, 12 minutes. Again, the penalties work the same in all the divisions. It's a 1-for-1 or a 2-for-1. There are no majors or minors.
Looks like we got a set of brothers over here for the Ralph Boys, the Aflalo brothers. Pro Edge Army out of Texas. I'm going to guess they're sponsored by Pro Edge Paintball. John Jackson, Matt Jackson, over there playing with AC Dallas, formerly of BCK. On the break, the Ralph Boys lose a couple bodies, but continue to push up the middle, but get chopped to bits. Pro Edge Army losing 2 bodies themselves. There you see they just move up into that big Dorito one. Here comes a move by the Ralph Boys onto the outside. Up in the middle, he gets shot. Snake Temple player trying to shoot across the field at that 50 Dorito. Pro Edge Army streaking through the middle of the field and gonna clear out that last body.
So Pro Edge Army running a racket right now on the Ralph Boys. 2 consecutive points here, so Ralph Boys need to get something going. Niv Ben David, Matt Smith, Malachi Bookish, and Jonathan Alafo and David Alafo, so the Alafo brothers. Aflalo.
Jonathan Aflalo. David Aflalo. Bookish.
So looking at this replay here, it's been all Pro Edge Army. Just looking really sharp, too. You know, again, it's the first time that these guys have seen or played on this field, as I've seen it played this weekend, but the divisional field and the pro field are 2 separate layouts. This will be the divisional field, though, for the next event in Nashville, and I'll tell you what, that's going to be a treat. If there's good weather, can you imagine playing this field with really nice grass?
I really want this to be the layout again. I wouldn't be upset if we got out to Nashville and there was just some nice some really nice grass, and we use this same layout.
Yeah, the divisional
Yeah.
teams are going to have a lot of fun on
I
this
bet
one.
it would just go so fast. I'll take some version of this field as well.
Well, the good thing for all the divisional teams is they're going to be able to go back and they're going to be able to watch this webcast and go out through all those pro games and look at what worked and what didn't.
So
They got some polos. Like Ralph Lauren sponsoring the Ralph Boys. Maybe I get it now.
The
It's
Ralph
all
Boys.
becoming clear to me.
the Ralph Lauren jerseys, Polo Ralph Lauren. Is that what's going on here?
Well, they're going to need to hit.
As soon as this finals are over,
they're going to
I
need
think
to
I'll catch a tea time.
Well, they need to hit up the Ralph Lauren corporate office and get some names on their back next time, so we can give them their just due and their glory.
Exactly. How are we supposed to know who you are when we got to give you your props?
See,
or you can give my phone number, call me up, I'll lace you up proper like.
This
Pro Edge Army, they got their new GI Sports Imperial Program jerseys. If they win this event, they're getting cash money back.
Yeah. Well, hey, props to the Ralph Boys for making it this far. I'm telling you, it's probably one of those crazy paintball stories where they're like, hey, should we go play the first PSP event? Yeah, let's do it. Who knows, man? Maybe we'll make it into the finals. Sure enough, they made it to the finals.
Or maybe they're just jockeys that play paintball.
Maybe. Well, we'll try to get that info for you. And we're going to be right back, though, with some more of this action in just a few moments. Nine minutes and 46 seconds remain here in this D3 final matchup. Pro Edge Army up 2 points over the Ralph Boys. Now taking the field for the Ralph Boys. Blake Pester is going to get a spin. Matt Smith, the Alpha Brothers, and Gerard, Casey Gerard. So here we go. Ralph Boys on your left, losing another body off the break. But this time they're able to shoot a couple of the Pro Edge Army off that D side, so this could open things up for the Ralph Boys if they can push down on that D side of the field.
Yeah, they shoot 2, they lose 1, and they didn't run anywhere on the snake side of the field. 2 in the back center. Pro Edge Army getting out wide. Josh Kroon over here. Another Ralph boy drops out of that back center. Josh Kroon over here on the snake side. He's going to make his bump out into snake 1. Splitting out wide, shooting across the field at that center temple. Is he going to get him? Looks like he does. So Kroon getting a kill. Pro Edge Army up 2 points right now. Kroon looking across the field. He might get another kill out of that big Dorito. We got
Missed that shot,
Ferris
though.
Bitar in the middle of the field for Pro Edge. He gets shot, but it looks like he might have traded out. He does. So Kroon here in the snake. He's got one body with him over on the Dorito side of the field. I think it is a 2-on-1 situation right now. Just one player left alive for the Ralph boys. Kroon has an opportunity to move, and looks like one of them gets a shot in on that player in the back center. So he's going to come walk it out. He is dead. I think that's Blake Pester.
Yeah, it is. So it looked at first they lost a body, Ralph boys, but they were able to shoot some bodies for against Pro Edge Army off that D side, but not able to capitalize on that and started losing.
That last player for the Ralph boys, I thought he was reaching down to pick up his pods. He is carrying both of his shoes off in his hands with him as they came off during
They
that
should
match.
just go barefoot at this point then. Saw Teddy Kanua from the Ironman walking around here. He used to play barefoot.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, he's Hawaiian.
Old school legendary Ironman player.
Yeah.
Used to be out there barefoot. So maybe he's doing that in homage of Teddy Kanua, you know, gracing us with his presence here. Paintball legend status.
Go ask anybody on one of these teams what team Teddy Kanua used to play for. You'll probably get the Yankees, the Raiders, the Chargers. No, OG Ironman. Played with Washington Rain back in the day.
Yeah. That's the whole, you know, unless you own some old APG magazines.
I do.
That's the whole, I do too. Then, you know, if you don't, then unfortunately that's just like it is with any sport, man. Like even trying to get information about, unless you're going to watch that one Ken Burns documentary about baseball, which is called Baseball, which is awesome, giving you the history of baseball from back in the day, but, you know, really didn't get super popular for a good 40 years, 50 years into the sport's history.
Yeah. Every major pro sport has a pretty crazy history, and we're still pretty young out here, you know. We've only been playing this format really since 2003.
Well, and
airball since what, 97, 98?
And really not even this variation of this format.
Yeah.
That was the original X-Ball from 2003. And airball, yeah, since
97.
the very beginning of airball was around 98. And we're still playing in the woods back then. So paintball, very young sport, come a long way in a short time. Off the break, looking at the Ralph boys trying to get out wide over here. Snake side of the field. Looks like he got clipped trying to dive in. So another body coming off early. Pro Edge Army doing a good job of shooting those lanes. Staying alive. 7 minutes, 40 seconds to go here. 3-0 is the score. 1 point away from taking this D3 final matchup.
Ralph boys losing that one going wide, but at least they have somebody over here on the Snake side now in that second temple. That spacing helping them get one kill out of the back center. Actually, no, I think it bounced and he's still there. Pro Edge Army does lose one body, though. They're launching up the middle. Number 44 walking off for Pro Edge Army right now. There you see Pro Edge Army back center, first Snake Temple, D-side mini race. And getting a shot, shooting another one of the Ralph boys off the Snake side. I think that's Jacob Tuoto. Another Ralph boy getting shot. So we're not seeing a whole lot from these guys over here. That of Pro Edge Army is just really playing that well because they are dominating. There's Ferris Bitar on your screen for the Pro Edge Army. And that is going to do it.
So
in
solid.
this race to 4 matchup, Pro Edge Army comes in here right now.
Perfect game for Pro Edge Army.
Perfect game, 4-0. They're going to go in, hang that flag, get their trophy, take some pictures, talk to Lauren, and then walk straight over to the GI Sports trailer and get their money back.
Congratulations to the Pro Edge Army. A dominant win here in this D3 final matchup.
There you see number 3, Josh Kroon doing the shimmy for Pro Edge Army. The Need for Speed with his VCK headband on.
Yeah, so let's check in with Lauren Kelly before we head to the D2 final matchup.
Hey guys, so Thunder will be advancing to the finals to battle out for first place against Aftershock. Thunder played really well, but Moscow Red Legion just kind of threw the game away. They were having a lot of organization problems, and 2 guys actually came out with hot guns, getting major penalties. they actually managed to do a 3-on-5, win the point, burn out both of those penalties, and then the very next point, none of the team players came onto the field, and Axel had to play a 5-on-1 because none of his fellow players were ready and came out for that point, so they just threw that point away. So because of all of those problems, Thunder ended up taking that win to 6-5, and will be playing in the finals on this field against Aftershock. Back to you.
So again, congratulations to the Pro Edge Army taking this victory, but do not go anywhere. We have 3 big games coming at you next. The D2 final matchup, D1 finals, and then the Los Angeles Infamous is going to be taking on Houston Heat to determine who will win this tournament. We'll be right back. Stick with us.
Introducing the all-new Contact F5 jersey from Empire Paintball, featuring M-Dry technology. M-Dry is an engineered mesh fabric designed to breathe more in certain areas than others. It also features breathable tough mesh slider forearms that are both rugged and promote airflow. Strategically placed rib and shoulder biofoam padding protects the player from the impacts of sliding, diving, or incoming paintballs. Integrated biofoam lycra gloves protect your palms from turf burn and the back of your hands from paintballs. M-Dry panels are designed to take into account spatial distribution of heat and moisture in different parts of the body and regulate the airflow and moisture. The gradient mesh gets larger at the top and smaller at the bottom in the weave to let the hotter zones breathe more. The hex pattern is woven into the lightweight fabric in a gradient, so there are more open mesh holes at the top of the chest rather than the bottom, making the Contact F5 the most comfortable, lightweight, and breathable paintball jersey available. The Contact F5 jersey from Empire Paintball, featuring thermal-regulated performance with the all-new M-Dry technology, available at empirepaintball.com.
here with your D3 Race to 4 winners, Pro Edge Army. Congratulations. How does it feel, guys?
Feels amazing.
Break down the weekend for me a little bit. You had some challenges having to come into the finals with a new layout. You know, it was a little muddy out here at times. Tell me how it went.
First off, it was Shark Week, so we were just getting kills everywhere. First day was pretty good. Second day was really muddy. We were hitting with upcuts all weekend long. Hitting them with rides. They were begging for a left. But yeah, the new layout was definitely cool. It was definitely cool to see how well you can play on a brand new layout without practicing on it ever. Just gotta believe in your team. I want to give a shout out to Rabikov. Throw up this right here. He's like the best man in the world. Takes care of us over at Pro Edge for sure.
Wow, that is a big compliment. Best man in the world, eh? Well, do you have anyone else you want to thank?
Pro Edge Paintball, John Jackson, GI Sports.
Every local team we play.
Every local team we play.
VCK, Houston, Texas, Zone, Combat,
War Ranch Paintball.
Twisted Militia.
Great state of America.
All right, thanks so much, guys. Congratulations, and we will see you in Nashville.
That's right.
Yeah.
Hey.
I first picked up a paintball gun when I was 9. I used to stand around at the field and stare at the Ironman players, hoping for a shot. I earned my way onto the team when I was 15. We won 2 world titles. When I blew my knee out for the second time, the doctor told me I'd never play again, but I refused to let go of my dream. I'm an Ironman, and paintball is my life.
Featuring wood, speed, or rec ball, Cousins Paintball makes it simple. Cousins Paintball is home to the XPL Lite, UWL, Star Series, SCPA, and PSP. Come to Texas's largest park, Cousins Paintball.
Cousins Paintball. You shoot paintballs.
You've come a long way from the first time you played paintball, charging in like Soap McTavish, only to get blown to smithereens in seconds. Since then, you've played every weekend, watched every paintball video, gone to every pro clinic, and still, when it came down to a one-on-one to win the tournament, you choked. That's all in the past. This is a new season, a new match, a new you. This is your redemption.
Welcome back here, 2015 PSP Dallas Open. Matty Marshall alongside Todd Martinez. We're about to watch the D2 finals between PC Katana and Supreme. There's Supreme on your screen right now. This is now a race to 5 points, 15 minutes of regulation time. So if you've been watching us, we've seen the D3 and D4. That was a race to 4 with 12 minutes. This is a race to 5 with 15 minutes. So these two teams fought through the divisional ranks to end up on this field right now and try to play for this win, Todd.
Yeah, and that is Supreme on the screen. Looking like they're going to head heavy bodies out to that Dorito side.
Definitely looks
I
like
like
it.
what we've seen. You know, as we said, these teams didn't get to play these fields through the prelims. So they're seeing this field for the first time, and we're still seeing some pretty good game plans coming out of these divisional teams. Looks like they're either reading the field pretty well or they've been watching the pros play. And
major penalty on Supreme immediately. So that's going to take 2 more bodies off and is going to open up this snake side wide for PC Katana. And that's another body coming off, so not looking good early on.
PC Katana
for Supreme.
Chopping up those last couple bodies. PC Katana, their team that we've seen before here on our field. Definitely heard that name before. Here they come. Shot so many bodies. That major definitely helped out. Run that flag in. Gonna try not to blow the flag. Blow the horn.
So quick 45-second point. And it looks like Ryan Pruitt's playing on Supreme, Todd.
Yeah. I think I saw Ryan Pruitt over there getting ready. He played with Excessive last season.
And I also think he was on Shock like 3-4 years ago. Was it Ryan Pruitt? No?
I think it's a different
different
Ryan
Pruitt?
Pruitt. Different
Really?
Pruitt. It's like Bob Pruitt.
You just making stuff up now or what? Maybe I am. Yeah, I got you.
Oh, man.
So 14-15 left to go. And this game brought to you by PB Nation. Join the conversation. Head to PB Nation. Also, don't forget, mark your calendars for the upcoming PSP events. Nashville Open, May 1st through the 3rd. The Mid-Atlantic Open, June 18th through the 21st. The Chicago Open, the Mid-Atlantic Open have switched. Chicago Open is now the 4th event to get ready for World Cup, which is October 15th through the 18th. And as always, you can catch it all live at paintballaccess.com.
Yeah, that's Corey Bornstein right there in that graphic. Balling out for LA Infamous out here.
And we're going to see them in a little bit. Los Angeles Infamous going to be taking on Houston Heat in the Pro Finals. Flip a coin on that one.
Yeah, it should be a good game either which way. PC Katana, switch sides coming out. Justin Bailey, Dan Strickland, Eric Wilson, Logan Landry, Scott Colson, Supreme bringing out Devin Cuevas, Jordan Boyum, Michael Sanders. (1-0) early lead for PC Katana. (14-15) left to go here on the breakout.
And these teams have switched sides, so PC Katana on your right now and Supreme on your left. Look for a penalty here on Supreme.
Yeah, that's definitely coming from Katana as well.
2 in a row now
my
on
gosh.
Supreme.
I don't know how Katana didn't get a penalty right there.
So no penalty on Katana, 2 on Supreme in this matchup. And it's going to be another incredibly quick point here for PC Katana. Nice work by Dan Strickland, Justin Bailey. And yeah, shout out to Dan Strickland, who has been a supporter of the webcast in the past. And this is PC Katana is a team from Florida. So they've been working hard over the years to get here. So 2-0 right now. PC Katana in the driver's seat. We're going to be right back.
They say paintball is 90% mental. The mental aspect of our sport goes far beyond game plans and visualization. Now more than ever, Empire provides an unmatched support system for you both on and off the field. Having this level of support allows you to focus on the things that you need to go out there and get the job done. The Empire All-In Sponsorship Program. Thousands of players, hundreds of teams, one family, one support system.
I love the way it fits, and it's not really loose. I don't feel like, man, I hit the ground, it's gonna come off, because it really fits my face. It's kind of like this one was made for me, and it's kind of crazy that I think that way, you know. They probably souped it up, you know, just for me. They ain't tell me, did it on the low. They said this one's Jerry's. I believe it. Hey, man.
PC Katana up by 2 right now against Supreme. Supreme needs to stop playing on. They've had 2 major penalties already so far here in 2 points, which has really made it incredibly easy for PC Katana to put the 2 points on the board they needed to. So now both teams losing a body. Justin Bailey walking off and Randeep Pabla. Oh. Looks like a Supreme player catches one right in the face on a head check.
Yeah, out of that snake side, so that's going to open up the middle of the field a little bit for PC Katana. See some players getting on their feet, looking to make a move down the Dorito side. Getting a bump up. Supreme actually able to bump out from the back center to the snake side temple. So that's going to help them out. There you see the spread for PC Katana in the gray and red Empire jerseys. All up in the middle. Right there, that's number 7 for PC Katana. Justin Bailey. Bailey making his move into the can. From that center stand-up, now both cans occupied by PC Katana in the middle. They're crossed up. Katana player looking to make a move. That looks like Carlos Lopez in the center of the field, and he gets a shot again on that same snake side temple, and he's going to launch up the middle to the Xbox. Turns. I'm sorry, that's number 37. Sometimes when it gets real muddy and dirty out here and people start swapping loaders, it's hard to tell who's who.
So now a little bit more of a battle here because Supreme played clean this point. John Miller, Ryan Pruitt, and Devin Cuevas on the field for Supreme. Little body advantage here for PC Katana. Scott Colson, Carlos Lopez, Brian Johnson, and Eric Wilson on the field for them. There's the eye in the sky. Look at the lineup that's out there right now for these teams. And PC Katana, a little bit better, a little bit more ground. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Supreme, a little bit better ground here, but down a body. So better field position, but they only have 3 players versus 4 for PC Katana.
Yeah, Justin Bailey, he's got his gun locked on the Dorito side. Looks like Ryan Pruitt there in the middle for Supreme wants to make a move. He does. Here he comes up into the Xbox. Now he's going to jump, come through the middle. He's going to get 1. Is he going to get 2? He does get 2, but he gets chopped up before leaving. And a red flag going to go up in the air.
So Supreme, just when thinking that it might be going their way, they get another major penalty here, which is going to clear out the field, and that is going to give Katana another point here in a race to 5. So the score is 3-0. Let's check in with Lauren Kelly.
Hey guys, I am in Supreme's pit with Devin Cuevas. Now Devin, everyone seems pretty low energy and a little defeated in the pits right now. What do you think you guys are struggling with most?
Well, we've gotten 3 major penalties so far, so I mean, especially Sunday paintball, that's not going to get you anywhere. And low energy, as far as that goes, I think the majors are doing that. I mean, we've gone down 3-0 a couple times, so I think we're trying to stay calm, but hopefully we can, get some more energy up.
All right, hopefully they can get some energy up and get some points on the board. We'll have to see. Back to you guys. Thank you.
The good news for Supreme is that they know what they're doing wrong, playing on. And 2, there's 10 minutes and 55 seconds left. This is a race to 5. So he said they've been down 3-0 before. it's doable for them. You saw Ryan Pruitt with an awesome run through, much closer point there, and then a penalty at the end of it. So at least they got the penalty at the end. They still lost the point. So if they can just keep those penalties from actually happening, then who knows? Maybe they could come back. And they do have enough time to do it.
Hey, definitely anything's possible over here if you believe in yourself and you're willing to fight and make sacrifices. So Supreme, they did get the penalty right off the break that game, and we saw that their players were capable of getting out the spots and gunfighting and making some moves. So we'll see here, but PC Katana has got a pretty good hold, 3-point lead right now, 10:55 left to go in this game as they walk out to get ready for the start of this next point.
Looks like a timeout has been called as well. I'm going to go on a limb and say that's Supreme calling the timeout.
I think so.
Yeah. Other than screaming at the guys to stop playing on, if you were Supreme's coach, what would you be talking to him about right now?
Well, just staying focused, not coming out of character because you're getting a little rattled with what's going on the field.
We've been down like this before. Let's go.
You can hear him say it right there. Hey, we've been down like this before. That was actually Sanders right there, 97. That is the player that came through the middle of the field and got those two bunkers. That's Nate Schrader right there in the pit. He's boys with all the guys from Uprising.
Yeah,
he was actually scheduled to play on Uprising out here, but he and Alex Borromeo, another vicious player, were ranked too high to play D1. They had actually hoped to get a pro spot and weren't able to secure it. So if they're able to get a pro spot later, you'll see Alex Borromeo and Nate Schrader playing with Uprising. A lot of those guys used to play together on a team called the DBS Kids. I don't know if you remember that name.
I do remember the DBS Kids.
They played in a bunch of finals. They did well. They were coached by Tyler Michaud, former Dynasty player. Really sick baller out of the Northwest as well. So,
well, right here, Panama City Katana up 3-0. So let's see, biggest question right now, can Supreme play a point without getting a major penalty? If they can, then they got a chance. I mean, obviously they showed us there some skills in that last point, some pretty good play until they ended up getting a penalty at the later part of that. When you get a major penalty in a divisional game, it takes you and the guy that got shot and then 2 more of your guys. So that's a large percentage of the guys out there actually playing. Only 5 players play each point. So really important to, when you get shot, to continue to play.
Here we go, Panama City Katana.
Look out the break. Looking at the break here from Panama City Katana's side. And aggressive moves up the center, taking some good ground. Not doubling up that back center, rolling a gun, getting a shot on... I'm sorry, that was Supreme's. That was the lineup for Supreme, and they got some kills on Panama City Katana.
Supreme making some moves down the Dorito side, losing bodies. Uh-oh, we're going to get another penalty on Supreme. Oh, no. Referee making that call, but still busting down that Dorito side.
Hey, at least it was a minor, and they got a ton of kills to start out. So Supreme, I think, is finally going to get on the board here.
And there is Sanders again. He's the guy that made that move through the middle. This time, booking down the Dorito side, getting a bunch of kills for his team. Sanders looks like a player out there right now. At least he's staying strong, trying to give his contribution.
Well, now we have ourselves a match. Less than 10 minutes to play, 9:59. But that's a lot of time out here. And again, Supreme, they got another penalty, but at least it was a minor. So I guess if you're going to get penalties, guys, you might as well keep them yellow and keep them 1-on-1s instead of 2-on-1s. But they were able to win that point. But still, that's 4 penalties right now for Supreme so far in this match. So the fact that it's this close bodes well for Supreme if they can play clean.
Yep. There you see Joel Eaton in the background for Portland, now Seattle Uprising. One of those DBS kids, Doodlebug Sports. These Doodlebug dudes were always cool. Big Lux team, DLX. Always over there in the DLX booth with Daryl Trent, OG Ironman, Philly All-Americans player, running DLX. I love my Luxes. So nice.
I like that old school Predator autococker you got.
Oh, just got a second one.
Get out of here.
eBay, son.
What?
What's up?
You didn't tell me about it?
Number 2. All
Can I-
original parts.
Hey, can I I was thinking maybe like you could just let me borrow like one of those maybe permanently.
Wait a second.
That means like you give it to me as like a lend, like I lend it from you.
I hand it to you.
It's basically it's yours, but we keep it at my house.
Okay. Yeah, that sounds good.
So if that's cool with you.
On a breakout here, looks like Supreme finally might all get 5 guys alive on the break. PC Katana, they get all 5 guys alive on the break as well. And here come the secondary bumps. PC Katana with a 2-point lead, under 10 minutes. Flurry of majors to start off this game for Supreme, trying to fight their way back into it.
So it's 5 players alive for both teams. 9:21 to go. 2 points separates these two teams. 3-1's the score. Panama City here with the advantage. Both these teams rolling their guns right now.
Well, looks like Supreme player able to get out wide here on the snake side, gets into that first or second snake temple. If he can get over here in the snake, will definitely help out his team. If he can get some kills across the field, bodies stacked up for PC Katana on the Dorito side. And there goes the first body to drop on the outside of the snake side for PC Katana.
So that could open things up on the snake side. They have Supreme has 2 players over here, and Scott Colson walks off. And they look like they want to make moves. Both of them looking for it right now, trying to seize those angles. They see the body walking off right in front of them. Now wrapping around, and then you're looking at there's the move to the snake. Supreme in there. Oh, but he gets clipped, so that's going to even up the body count here at 4-piece.
PC Katana gives that body right back.
So PC Katana now down by 1 as far as the body count is concerned. Logan Landry, Eric Wilson, and Brian Johnson on the field for Panama City. And another one comes off here. So the door's starting to open for Supreme. So see, this is what happens when you play clean. All of a sudden, solutions start presenting themselves, and doors start to open. So they might pull within 1 here. It would be pretty crazy if they started out the game the way they did, and somehow, some way, ended up coming back.
Oh, but Supreme player trying to make that bump into the snake, gets shot in the head. Looks like we got 2 bodies left alive for Katana, Wilson and Johnson. Supreme, I think they only got a couple. Sanders is over there, 3 bodies left alive for them.
And you see the 3 bodies for Supreme on the D side of the field, trying to move up.
So Boykin, or I'm sorry, Boyum. I think Sanders might be Pruitt, posing as Sanders. John Miller over there for Supreme. Here comes Sanders, a.k.a. Pruitt, up in the middle of the field, standing behind that X. Looking to come through, split the middle.
Yeah, he wants to go. There he goes. Comes up a little bit. He's playing it smart, though. Oh, but he gets blown apart. Did he trade out is the question, and did it happen clean?
Referee going to run in there and check.
Yeah, he's alive. Referee's going to give him another look. Going to get in closer, and he's out. So, but no penalty assessed. He didn't shoot his gun, it looked like. But now Supreme 2-on-1. Eric Wilson, last player left alive for Panama City Katana, and he gets taken out. So here comes Supreme. Well, they're going to need to sprint this flag in though, or leisurely jog. The issue's time. You know, we've seen these have been really long points, and you just want to give yourself as much time as you possibly can. just in case. You know, who knows? Maybe they'll turn around and 3 of them will walk off right away, and now they're going to have to come back and score 2 points to tie it up. Regardless, 5 minutes, 52 seconds left. We're going to have ourselves a 1-point game here. Boyum and Pruitt, a.k.a. Sanders, combining for Supreme. And look at this replay here from that last point. Pretty evenly matched. You know, when Todd, when these teams play clean, they're pretty. When Supreme plays clean, these are evenly matched teams.
Yeah, fighting back now. I mean, that is unless Supreme comes back and wins 5-3, then we know they just.
Then we know that it was the penalties.
Yep, but I mean, PC Katana, they're fighting. They're just losing the gun battles right now. It's it's just like we were watching the pros in the morning. They got a bunch of penalties, yes, but that's also because PC Katana was shooting a lot of bodies on the break, and Supreme guys were continuing to play. But now Supreme needing to turn up the volume a little bit, start attacking a little bit harder, playing a little bit smarter in their gunfighting, and have gotten 2 points back on the board here.
So 45 seconds to go before the start of this next point. Supreme already has a couple players ready to rock. And it looks like Panama City Katana already has 3 of 4 of their bodies out there.
So 27 seconds before the start of this game. Zach Wake, the first player from the pro division to show up back here at the field. Fully geared up and ready to go from LA Infamous. Trying to get warm early. Got a big game coming up against Houston Heat here.
Well, on this same field, this very field last year, Zach Wake stepped it up and was the hero for his team. Was able to take the victory. So he's wanting enough time over here to get mentally prepared. We still have the conclusion of this match and then the D1 finals before we were able to see Los Angeles Infamous take on Houston Heat in the pro final.
And here comes move being made up the middle for Supreme. So PC Katana, they've been getting their bodies into spots alive, but we just haven't seen a whole lot of secondary moves out of them. They did something smart and run out to the snake side corner this game, though, to give themselves a little bit of space over here. Help their middle guys out a little bit by having that gun out wide. Supreme up in that Dorito can. Dorito side mini race. First snake side temple. There you see PC Katana from the eye in the sky. Both bunkers in the middle of the field.
Under 5 minutes to play here. PC Katana still slight advantage on the points. And Supreme down 2 now. Another body dropping for Supreme. So looks like Katana has the advantage here. But they're still at the point where if they get up enough bodies, they don't want to just sit. They're gonna want to put that safety point up if Supreme's just gonna let them have it.
There you see Supreme up in that center tower. Snake side temple, both looking across the Dorito side. That's the player they're worried about right there in the Dorito 1. But Katana, they have the bodies. Been nursing a 1-point lead right now.
So you can see the eye in the sky right there. 4 bodies left alive right now for PC Katana. And they don't have to go anywhere. They have the advantage. They have the lead. And they're just locking those lanes up. They're only looking at 3 bodies. So the 2 Pablo brothers, Randeep and Mandeep, they need to join Michael Sanders, and the 3 of them need to try to make something happen here because, they're looking at 5 bodies and a point that they need to score here in the next 3 minutes.
Well, he tried. And he got shot coming out here to the snake side. That might not have been the move he wanted to make. PC Katana finally starts making some moves, and they lose a body, but just not enough. 3:02 now left in this game, but PC Katana going to get another point. You know, when you're up bodies and you're up points, you know, it makes it a lot easier just to ride your guns, try and kill clock. But, you know, what these guys don't have the experience with is figuring out where to push just yet. But this is going to be a good learning experience for them for the next event. See how this game plays out. Stick with us. We'll be right back.
Timeout was called by, I'm guessing, Supreme. So we have 2 minutes and 30 seconds before the start of this. This could be the last point here, Todd. Katana 1 point away from taking the victory. Or they could just let the time run out. I mean, they played a great slow point there against Supreme, slowly but surely just dinking them out of their bunkers.
Yeah, I think Supreme already took their timeout earlier. I wonder if Katana was just wanted to discuss it, because after they got all those penalties, they had that timeout.
Maybe.
PC Katana just wanted to try and
or have more time to clean up.
Yeah.
Maybe a couple guys that's got, you know, too much mud in their guns, or, you know, possible.
Set up a good game plan. That was Colson. You know, what they don't want to do is come out here, run a point, get a fast point ran on them, and then not have time to figure out what they want to do after that. So here you see Supreme. The guy might want to take some time and grab a microfiber to those lenses.
Nah, he's just going to roll with it.
Yeah, he's cool.
He's got enough time, though. Has enough time. 124 here.
That's Sanders, possibly Pruitt.
Let's get an update from Lauren Kelly.
2 points right now, 4-2. You have a good chance at closing this out. What did you talk about during that timeout to make sure you could get this final point?
I mean, really, we just really focused on getting our guns working, they're working great. Empire's doing a good job, just keeping that mud out of them and real clean of any debris. And, you know, good game plans, good guns, win tournaments, and that's hoping what we're trying to do here. We got 2 more points.
Coming into this match, were you guys nervous since you had never played this field layout before?
It was something, you know, we weren't really used to, but, you know, we're a good team. We've been playing together for a very long time, and I really think with the change of the field layout, team chemistry really comes into play. And, you know, I've been with these guys for 3 or 4 years, and, you know, it's just been great since. So.
All right, well, it seems like it's working out for you. We'll see if they can get that last point for the win. Back to you guys.
Yeah, so PC Katana is 1 point away from taking this D2 final right now. And then after this, we are going to see Prime take on Uprising. We saw both of them play earlier on as Uprising defeated Distortion, and Birmingham Prime was able to take down the Charlotte Bloodhounds. PC Katana on your screen. Are they going to win? We're about to find out right now. Here comes a pretty strong push up the center. Not very far, though. Thought they might have gone farther than that. They don't really necessarily need to. They still have time to work with. You don't need to push too hard if you're Supreme. Just need to execute. Uh-oh, look first. We see a penalty, major penalty on PC Katana. And here comes, this is exactly what Supreme was hoping would happen.
That's exactly what I said PC Katana did not want to do. And here comes Supreme on the attack. Guns blazing, coming across into the snake, coming through the alleyway on the snake side. Supreme.
And here comes Supreme, looking pretty good, doubling up and tripling up on the 50 in the center, and they're going to be able to score this point and pull within 1. So it's a close game all of a sudden. Worst time ever for PC Katana for Panama City to get that penalty.
You know, Maddie, I guess Pruitt and Sanders are actually two different people. They both played on Fusion and Excessive last season. They were on Explicit's pro team back in the day.
Well, that makes a lot of sense of why Supreme is in the finals.
I just haven't seen. Yeah, I haven't seen Pruitt with a Pruitt jersey on out there yet. But all these guys are from NorCal. Alex and Nate actually played with Fusion as well back in the day.
Alex Schrader and Alex Borromeo and Nate Schrader.
Yep. But they're also in that pit, you know, getting ready to help Uprising.
So can Supreme play clean? And PC Katana, they had penalty issues of their own that last point. But only 1 minute and 55 seconds to go. So, but Katana just 1 point away from victory. If I was a Katana fan right now, I'd be shaking my head with disappointment. They're going to get a major penalty in the point where we're supposed to win and take our championship.
Oh,
but the NorCal boys, Supreme, not wanting that to happen.
You know what they say, it's not in the bag till it's in the bag. Man, this has been probably the most exciting of these divisional finals that we've seen so far. Supreme trying to mount a comeback after Katana went up 3-0 early.
Yeah, this has been a very interesting game. Penalties. Supreme with this little comeback here. But let's see if they can sustain this comeback. 5 players alive clean for Supreme right now. This is their chance. John Miller. There he goes. Logan Landry coming off for Katana. So Supreme.
2 bodies for Katana.
So this is the opportunity Supreme's been waiting for, but can they capitalize in time? 1:30 to go. Starting to push up the field. No one in the snake yet for them, but they're pushing up in that center on the D side. I think they've realized the body count, and that is why they are making these moves.
Yep, here comes Sanders again.
And this is not going to help, Todd. Look on the screen right now.
Oh, they get one, though, trying to make the move across the snake.
Looks like gun issues for Katana, so one of the players that's left alive is having issues. But yeah, Randeep got shot. Just even things up, should slow things down a little bit. It's going to come down to whether or not Supreme can make this move in the center. And he does make the move, takes out one, doesn't get another one. Yeah, no, he did get the other one. So, opportunity here for Supreme to try to tie this game, but under a minute to play. Just 50 seconds to go. Looking at one body. And it's just Logan Landry. It was Justin Bailey that got shot before, so Logan Landry gets tapped out. So here comes Supreme. Gonna tie it up. Wow, this has been a crazy D2 final here, Todd.
Yeah, and that's Boyum right there. Also kind of looks like Ryan Pruitt.
Well, hey, with Supreme, remember early on when it was 3-0 and Morgan, or sorry, and Lauren interviewed them in the pits, and they said, "Look, we've been here before. We know what's going on. Got some penalties, no big deal. We're just gonna go out. We're gonna stay composed." They definitely look calm. Almost to the point where they look flat. It would scare me a little bit, but hey, they came out and proved that they were definitely not flat. Now tying it up here, they did get a little help from Katana with a major penalty on Katana's side. So now with 34 seconds, I think we're going to see overtime period here, Todd.
Yeah, I think we might. You never know. We don't want to see anybody run down the field, grab a major penalty, and throw it away. But I mean, if we go overtime,
could see some one-on-ones.
Love one-on-ones.
Love one-on-ones.
That's what I want to see out
here.
here.
So if we get an overtime period, they'll throw 3 minutes on the board. If we cannot determine a winner within those 3 minutes, then it will go to a series of one-on-ones.
Man, PC Katana, this is what you get when you take your foot off the gas pedal and just start to coast. You got to put a team away when you have them on the ropes like that, but got to give it to Supreme because they kept fighting and fighting and fighting and have clawed their way back. And you know what? They never really look nervous. You know, they never look shaken.
Not one time. Even when they were down 3-0, 2 points away from getting beat here in the final match, just still calm and composed. All right, we're good. We've been here before. And now I think we're going to see overtime period. Whether or not we see one-on-ones is going to come down to the break in the overtime period. That's how it always breaks down. But if 5 players make it out alive, you know, no one wants to be that guy that makes the mistake that sends his team home with the loss. So that's why we've seen some one-on-ones in the divisional ranks before in the past year.
And let's see, 34 seconds. Get some kills on the break. What is going to happen? Is any team going to go for it, or are we going to see an overtime period? PC Katana looking to make moves through the middle of the field. What you don't want to do is get a major penalty. He gets grilled up coming through the middle right there. 13 seconds. Bodies dropping all over the place. Don't think there's going to be enough time. 4, 3, 2, and that's going to do it.
So we are going to throw 3 minutes on the clock, and we head to an overtime period. For selfish reasons, I'm hoping that nobody scores in this 3-minute period so we can see some one-on-ones. But it always just comes down to the break. It's 5-on-5, so if one team can shoot out at least a body, then we're probably going to see a point scored. If it's 5-on-5 and nobody drops at the start of this overtime period, then we have a chance to see some one-on-ones. And that's how you always find out what team thinks or who they think are their best players. And anytime when it's, all right, well, we fought through regulation, we fought through the overtime period, all right, send your heroes out, and that's how you find out who really is the best player on the team.
Yeah. So, 3-minute overtime, Maddie. PC Katana's booth, or pits right there.
They look a little flustered in there.
I was going to say, let's go over to Supreme's booth, see what that looks like. Here they are trying to put together their squad, figure out who's going in.
I need you, boys. I need you.
So Panama City Katana. So the boys from Florida playing the boys from NorCal. We're going to see who's the best in Division II. Maybe in this 3-minute period, or if not, then we're going to head to a series of one-on-ones.
And 13 seconds. Supreme is still running out to the field. Does Katana have 5 guys out there? Yes, they do. Supreme gets their 5 out. And here we have it. The overtime point on the breakout. There's from the flag station camera. Supreme losing 1 body, headed out to the Dorito side, 2 hard up the middle, 1 in the back center. They lose another body. PC Katana shooting bodies on the break.
Todd, and this is how you see a quick point when you see multiple bodies drop from one team off the break as Nellen and Miller walk off for Supreme. That means Panama City has a big advantage right now, but can they capitalize in time? Or will Pruitt and Sanders and Boyum?
Oh, Maddie, and then Supreme. That is going to be game over for Supreme as they get a major penalty with 3 bodies left alive. That's going to pull everybody. And your Division II PSP Dallas Open 2015 champions are going to be PC Katana.
Hey, what a great job. Bend, don't break, right? Supreme came back, solved the penalty problem temporarily, and then it finally came back to haunt them here in the overtime period. So they're going to have they got to work on some drills or something to keep, maybe more rough, maybe get half the team to ref them at a time and call major penalties, something,
yeah, right.
Because I don't know if they played with any refs heading in to this event, or not exactly sure what the problem was, but worst time ever to get a penalty in overtime playing for an actual win in your division. But PC Katana, perfect point for them there, man. They didn't lose a body. Eric Wilson, Logan Landry, Corey Jones, Scott Colson, Brian Johnson. Congratulations to the line that came out to start in that overtime point. So that's another thing. Those are the 5 best players on PC Katana throughout this event. That's who you send out to play an overtime point. Again, Eric Wilson, Logan Landry, Corey Jones, Scott Colson, and Brian Johnson. Congratulations to them. And there's Dan Strickland right there, the owner of the team. Dan Strickland, congratulations to him. He built this team. They've been playing the PSP for a long time. Finally, victory here for them. Congratulations to Dan Strickland from Garmin Gear. So let's check out some highlights here from this Division II final match. So early on, man, Supreme just, nothing was going right for him. Redbirds to death were flying, major penalties, they were losing gunfights, and Katana went up a couple points, went up 3 points, and then Supreme slowly but surely fought their way back.
Yep, here you see, this is when Supreme started running through the middle. That was Sanders. He got up there and he was doing work. Got 2 kills on that one right there.
Yeah, and they were watching later on in the game when Supreme was starting to make their comeback. They really dug in deep, man. They stopped getting penalties. They started executing. They started shooting players of their own on the break. They did get a gift in one of the points, but Katana got their own major penalty. But Katana, many less penalties. I think they only had 1 major, Todd.
Yeah, definitely got that penalty there, but I mean, the story was definitely all Supreme getting 4 majors out here. So that's painful.
Yeah, and the biggest one, the biggest one in the finals for sure. So, but don't go anywhere. We have Prime Uprising coming back at you here, D1 finals, and then the game we're all waiting for. Los Angeles Infamous and Houston Heat have arrived. Actually, yeah, Houston Heat and Los Angeles Infamous are in the house right now, getting ready for their final matchup. As we see every highlight from this match.
Yep, there is.
Well, let's check in with Lauren Kelly before we head to the D1 final.
Hey guys, I have Brian Johnson here from PC Katana. They just won first place at the Dallas Open. How does it feel?
It feels amazing. It feels really good.
What was running through your mind during that last overtime point? It could have gone to one-on-ones. I know Maddie and Todd were hoping it might go into one-on-ones.
Well, if it would have went 2 one-on-ones, we were pretty confident in that because we already won 1 today in one-on-ones. But we just wanted to play the right combo of aggression and safety there and just not let them get it.
Switching the field up on teams going into the finals is a huge challenge. How do you think it differentiates between the first and second place winners?
Not a whole lot because we're both, equal knowledge on the field. I think it's a pretty good shakeup. I enjoy the fact that the championship game, nobody has no idea what the lanes are, where you're going off the break and things like that. So I think it's pretty interesting. I love it.
Were you pretty surprised they were able to make such a significant comeback there from the majors they had gotten early in the game?
No, not really, because we've already played them once in this event, and they played us really hard. They actually beat us the first time. So we knew they were a good team, and we knew that they had that ability to come back. So we just wanted to play hard throughout the whole thing.
All right, well, congratulations. Anyone you want to thank for your team?
Just want to thank Dan Strickland, the guy who runs the team. We love you, Dan. That mustache is coming off. Want to thank Empire for all they do for us. Want to thank Alfred for all the great teching that he does. And thanks, PSP.
Awesome. Well, you are welcome. We are going into D1 finals with Uprising versus Prime, so stay tuned. Thank you.
Thank you.
2 games remain here at the 2015 PSP Dallas Open. The one coming at you right now. D1 final matchup. Prime taking on Uprising. And then next up, Los Angeles Infamous and Houston Heat. I'm Matty Marshall with Todd Martinez. And it looks like right away, Prime losing a body off the break. So advantage is going to go to, or I'm sorry, Uprising losing a body and Prime losing a body. So looks like it's evened up on the body count right now. That's Prime on your screen. They're on the left-hand side, right-hand side. And on the left-hand side, Uprising. So Uprising, better field position for them in the center.
Yeah, up in that A. We saw him up there before. That's Ormrod, number 71, but he's going to get stabbed right now. That looks like a penalty coming.
Yeah, that's a major
for
penalty.
Ormrod. So what a move right there by Prime player. Coming through and stabbing Ormrod. Caught him by surprise.
Blatant spin move right there, Todd, drawing that major penalty for Uprising.
But Uprising still has one body over here in the snake side corner.
So it's 3-on-1 right now. McGowan, Manners, and Bianca. Uh-oh, looks like, yeah, so. And Manners was the hero for Prime, got him into this match. That ridiculous one-on-one, no hopper, putting one ball in at a time. And it looks like Prime's going to go up one early here, mostly because of that major penalty. That was Aaron Ormrod?
Yeah, Aaron Ormrod. You know, up in that center, he was doing a lot of damage for them to get them in here. You know, really smart player, but as you see this launch, going to dive head first underneath and get that kill. What a play. Ormrod going to spin and shoot him. And that's one way to break the game open.
Yeah, you can see that hit there on his button on his ankle. So Ormrod spinning like a top, getting a penalty for Seattle Uprising. And Ormrod was playing really good for them, but hey, I can understand, you know, you see that flash and you turn around. Looked like it might have hit him on the back of the cleat, too.
Yeah.
That one in the back of the leg, or on his buddy, must have felt that one.
Yeah, was that McGowan right there that made that move? On the camera to come through the middle. There's Manners that just stepped out to go back on the field. Here we got Roberts and Hicks. And a really dirty player from Supreme. So Prime up 1 point early over Uprising. This is for the D1 finals.
It's a race to 5 points, just like in D2. And 15 minutes regulation time, 13:45 to go. These teams switch sides. Prime now on your screen and on the left. Uprising will be on your right. Penalties don't carry over. There's no penalty time. It's just 1-for-1s and 2-for-1s.
Oh, right in the goggles on the break. Uprising trying to go out to that Dorito side, getting smoked, but Prime going to lose one body as well, make that 2 bodies. They're going to lose him off the Dorito side. Nobody on the Dorito side trying to fill out. Is he going to get there? I think he got shot just as he dove in. Yes, he does. So Uprising shooting the fillers, doing a good job. Just 2 bodies left alive for Prime. There is the both of them. Number 23 on your screen, Daniel Fugera and Jonathan 1.
Todd not looking good right now for Prime. Looks like Uprising getting a little angry that they're down a point right now. So Uprising, they lose Joel Eaton, but it's still 4-on-2 right now. Summers Gray, Tucker, and Arnold on the field for Uprising.
And there's Daniel Fugera getting shot. Just one body, a desperation run by Jonathan 1. He's going to get shot. That's actually McGowan. Over here, the last body for Prime. Let's see if he can take any bodies with him or if Uprising can close this game out, as they're going to come from the Dorito side. 4-on-1.
Yeah, and he closes it out. Nothing last player left alive could do, really. So
I'm surprised he got as far as he did.
Yeah, right.
On that run.
So now score is going to be 1-1. Nice work by Summers, Gray, Tucker, and Arnold. So as Arnold walks through the mud to tag that flag up, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back after a few words from our sponsors.
They say paintball is 90% mental. The mental aspect of our sport goes far beyond game plans and visualization. Now more than ever, Empire provides an unmatched support system for you both on and off the field. Having this level of support allows you to focus on the things that you need to go out there and get the job done. The Empire All-In Sponsorship Program. Thousands of players, hundreds of teams, one family, one support system.
Make sure to mark your calendars for the upcoming PSP events. Nashville Open's coming at you next. Second event on the tour, May 1st through the 3rd. And then the Mid-Atlantic Open, June 18th through the 21st. Chicago Open's the 4th event now. That's August 7th through the 9th. And then the World Cup, October 15th through the 18th. You can catch it all live at paintballaccess.com. So here we go. Portland Uprising, or Seattle Uprising. Is it Portland Uprising or Seattle Uprising?
Seattle now. It used to be Portland Uprising.
How about Pacific Northwest Uprising? That's what
I like that. I like that.
So then taking on Birmingham Prime here. Prime on your left-hand side right now. So doesn't look like a body, Todd, has dropped for either team. The referee was checking out one of the Uprising players.
Here comes Uprising up the middle. There's Tommy Tucker on your screen right there. Tucker locking off that Dorito side. Ormrod, again, up in that Xbox. Timmy Roberts from Prime over here on the Snake side. As Tucker gets shot out of the middle, so Prime going to be the first one to strike. Uprising, you see there with a body in the Snake corner. One in the back center. Ormrod looking to launch again, up in that A. 3 bodies on the Dorito side for Prime. Roberts needs to be careful.
Yeah, Prime.
Not to come up too high as Ormrod's just sitting there waiting for him to make a mistake.
Well, Ormrod, one of 3 right now out there for Uprising, so down bodies, but Birmingham Prime playing on their heels because of just better field position. I was going to say, somebody needs to come and stab him. So there goes the bunker move on Ormrod, taking him out. That's going to give him some breathing room here and also take another body out. Now Prime on the attack themselves.
Prime got to be careful not to throw bodies away. Oh, yeah, that's definitely going to be a penalty. So Uprising going to get a penalty in that Snake side corner. It's going to be a minor for playing on. And Prime, I think, going to get that last body pulled. Actually, there may not be anybody else to pull. So it's not a major, so the clock doesn't stop. If it was a major and there's nobody left to pull, the clock would stop. But because it's a minor, Prime will wait for Uprising to blow the horn.
So time ticking off before the start of this next point. You see that's a red clock above the main clock. And 9:49 to go here. Slight lead for Prime. 2-1's the score. Evan Manners continuing to play well for Prime.
Yeah, Manners, dude. Coming out here and balling.
Yeah, that's and you get a chance to get on the webcast field. You want to do what Manners is doing right now. Scared me a little bit in that very first point that we watched him. When he was stuck in the back, didn't seem to know what the count was. But then after that, it was just great performance.
Festival.
After great performance. And Timmy Roberts doing solid work for them, too. Fugera has 2 kills as well. Bianca, 3 kills as well. Yeah, the conditions out here, it's been very tough all weekend. We had the massive deluge hit Dallas area for the week before this tournament began. And any time that you have so much rain that the ground just can't take it, and then tons of people start walking around, and it just creates this mud bog that we see existing here currently at Cousins Paintball. But the players been fighting through it. It's made for some interesting action, that's for sure, Todd.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, it's definitely forced a little bit change in the style of play out here on the field.
I always wonder when this happens, because we play outdoors, we play all over the United States. You never really know when Mother Nature's going to come in and throw a curveball at you. But it always makes me wonder what would happen and how would this event have played out if we had really nice, pristine grass like this field was last weekend.
Yeah, I know. I think I really think this would have been an awesome field. It's so tailor-made for fast moves.
It still was a pretty awesome field.
All the top teams have so much speed across the board. Like look at these teams we're about to see. Heat and Infamous, X Factor. It looked like. Nope. Yep. One body dropping off for Prime early. All bodies alive. Nope. Seattle Uprising losing one body on the break. Prime losing another one out of the middle. That's McGowan. He comes off. So 3 bodies left alive for Prime, but Manners still charging up the field. He's going to get some help over there on the Dorito side as they fill back. One body on the Snake side for Prime.
Looking at the eye in the sky, Uprising there with 2 more bodies, but not as good field position there in the center. Prime shine a little bit towards that D side of the field. That's to the top of your screen. And also has another player a little bit farther out wide. So, and then body drops for Seattle Uprising. So very close match here. Prime up by 1 over Uprising as that clock is ticking down.
Uprising making a move out to the mini race, but the referee going to go running into the middle of the field to get a check on that middle player for Uprising. Gives him the nod. He is clean. I think that's Barca up in the middle there for Prime. Referee running in. Barca gets 1. He's wrapping. Referee running to give him a check. He gets another one, but then he gets shot. So just 1 body left alive now.
Getting crazy.
That's Olsvik, Matt Olsvik.
Looking at a decent amount of Prime players still left.
Yep.
No, actually, no. Prime losing a bunch of bodies too, but not able to stay alive is Matt Olsvik. So another point is going to go to Prime here in this race to 5. So they're 2 points away from victory here. 7 minutes and 50 seconds to go. We're watching the D1 final. Division I champion to be crowned here at the Dallas Open. And then next up, the last game of the tournament is going to be Los Angeles Infamous and Houston Heat. So we expected that Heat with their new revamped lineup would probably make it in. We didn't know if they were going to make it this far, but they proved that they deserved to play for this win. And also Infamous trying to repeat here. They won this event last year. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back.
Streets ain't chasing the same things you chasing. There's many temptations out there. Just stay focused, man. As a team, though. As a team. That's all I knew when I was here. That's what kind of kept me focused. That I finally ran into a team. And you guys have that same thing. Because this you will never die. It'll never die.
Hey guys, I am in Uprising's pit right now with Aaron Ormrod, who has stepped up to coach the team. Now, during that timeout, you were telling the guys you can't give away free fills. Can you explain exactly what free fills are and why they're so detrimental?
Basically what's happening is we're going up the center a lot to really cross off the field. And if we lose one of our center guys who's locking off one side of the field, or we move that guy, we have to make sure that we're still controlling that one side and we're not giving them free fills on one side. Because as soon as one of those guys in the center moves, if he changes his gun to the same direction as the other guy, we're giving them a free move. And we really can't afford that. We're shooting more people off the break, so as long as we can just maintain what we're getting off the break, we'll be able to hold on and win.
All right, well, you guys did have a little disadvantage. You were down a body, but now that you've got everyone back in full force, do you think you'll be running a little more aggressive gameplay, or will these be slower points?
A little bit. We're going to really focus on winning off the break and just playing a smarter game plan than them. We feel like we can beat them as long as we just execute our game plan and maintain our lanes and don't give anything up.
All right, Uprising needs 2 points to tie this up with Prime. We'll see if they can do it.
It's really crazy how Aaron Ormrod goes from playing up the middle to coaching, fully clean polo shirt, back to playing on the field.
I'm just so impressed that he's able to gear down every single point and then gear back up that fast.
Yeah, gear down, call plays, gear back up, go out and play.
So apparently somebody is rocking Aaron Ormrod's jersey.
Somebody that's playing pretty well.
Yeah, and somebody's playing really well. So we're getting he's getting a ton of glory for Aaron, who's coaching. I guess that's justifiable, right? You know?
Yeah.
Totally. Yeah. We should have just had Trevor Reeser wear a Todd Martinez jersey last year on Vicious.
That's what I was actually thinking right when you said that. So in case we can't do that, maybe we can get him to wear it for the finals here against Heat.
So 7 minutes and 35 seconds to go, and it looks like a bunch of Prime players are coming off, but also Uprising losing players as well. Olsevic walks off. Evan Manners, he walks off for Prime. And it looks like Prime, though, dying in droves. And it is going to be a point for Seattle Uprising. So that was an important one for them. Now they're going to pull within one here. Tucker clearing the field out. So Tommy Tucker going to go back and grab the flag, hang it up. And all of a sudden we have a 1-point match.
And there goes Tucker to run that flag in. There is the gate. Down there at the Starbucks with the giant Kill Clip energy drink in the back. So and here comes the move down the middle. Even though he got torched, didn't get anybody. That's Tommy Tucker, who ended up coming down, hanging the flag. Tried to make a move, but got chopped up. There's Tommy Tucker shifting in slow-mo. And then the launch, super dramatic slow-mo.
And there's the view from the break on the start gate. That's on the right-hand side of your screen every point. And you get a good look at the bunkers in the center of the field. Players have been loving this field because look at all those big bunkers in the center. And it's not just that there's big bunkers and playable areas up there. It's just that there's lots of angles. You can still get shots off the break. So the way those big bunkers are set up, there is still lots of shots for you to get off the break. And then before this field became a mud bog, the snake was filled with action. There was tons of guys getting to the snake. It was a huge thing that you had to work for. But ever since the mud really started to set in, then the situation becomes that the play has been much more focused in the center and up that D side of the field. Luckily for everybody, the center, again, with all those options that you saw, is very playable. And then also that D side's very strong as well, too. So, but the snake still is there. There's still moves that are happening over here. It's just really tough to get out on this side.
There you see Prime. Here you see Uprising in that pit. A convincing point last time. Let's see what is Prime going to do now to counter. They get their bodies out. They do. They don't send anybody to the snake side. But they are moving slowly up the middle, stacking heavy guns in the middle. Not risking anything, but going up to the Xbox right away is what I like to see. Keep those guns blazing. Make moves up through the middle, look to launch.
You can see there a very good view from the eye in the sky. And then now we're going to look at Portland Uprising. So only down by 1. Time is starting to become a factor. 6 minutes and 15 seconds to go.
Tucker, first one to get shot in the face. He's going to run off.
Prime trying to maintain their lead here. That's going to help a little bit. Tommy Tucker's a force for Uprising.
Yep. There you see Olsvik. First body out over here on the snake side. As 2 bodies come walking off the field right now for Seattle Uprising. That center can and their Dorito side player both walking off, so just 2 bodies left alive. Olsvik and the back center. So the back center and the first Snake Temple. I don't think Prime is, Prime has lost a body. 1, 2, 3, 4. Prime has 4 bodies left. Oh, Prime just lose another one on that fill. So Prime, Prime still has 4 bodies left alive. Snake Temple, center tower. Dorito won, but he is squeegering furiously, trying to get his gun back up. So Prime with the lead and the bodies, but they are in no rush to make a move. Uprising.
And they don't really need to.
They don't need to at all.
Yeah, they don't need to. But again,
what they don't want to do is run down the field and get chopped up by these 2 Uprising bodies. What they want to do is force Prime, or force Uprising to do what they just did, which was blow that horn. And that's going to put Prime 1 point away from winning this match.
1 point away, man. That's all they need. This is a race of 5 points, under 5 minutes to go. And Prime has just really kind of separated themselves from Uprising by making less mistakes. They're winning the close points. They made less mistakes. They're looking pretty good right now.
Yeah, absolutely. So either which way, one of these teams, and Nick Slowiak over here with his GI Sports banner, both these teams, GI Sports teams, they're going to be collecting that money. I just like to watch Rab have to pay money to these teams.
So could potentially just see 1 more point, or with 5 minutes left to go, down by 2, is Uprising going to get back in this match? We're going to have to wait to find out. Also remember, tell your friends, man, the game that we've played this entire event just to watch is coming up next. It's the Los Angeles Infamous, who won this event last year, going to be taking on the new revamped lineup of Houston Heat. And Houston Heat is a force to be reckoned with for sure, with the pickup of the 4 Russians coming off Art Chaos. And Art Chaos won the last 2 events last year in the Champions Division. So, you know, obviously you're a fool if you don't think that Houston Heat has a chance in any event that they play in now. But Los Angeles Infamous, with the addition of Mouse Alex Goldman and also with Trevor Reeser, your boy coming over from Vicious, both those guys playing well for them. But the only reason those 2 teams are even in the position they're in is because they came in and they dominated at this event.
Yeah.
Played really great, and it's kind of a toss-up. You could make the argument that Houston Heat might have the advantage on paper because of the fact that, you know, I feel that the Russians are still riding off of that high from their 2 wins last year. But you cannot count out Infamous because of their solid lineup. They won this event again last year, and also they're very hungry because after they won this event last year, it was a downhill slide for them till the World Cup, where they took down Dynasty in the Challengers Division final. But rocky road for Infamous in the middle part of the season, so they're very hungry to reassert themselves here and become the Dallas champions.
Yep. Speaking of Vicious, shout out to Carl and Karen Boydell, everybody from the Vicious program sitting at home right now in Omaha watching us. Julie, Jake, Hooker, Parker, everybody's there at the house.
Nice.
They got the webcast up on the big screen. My man Lil Ian checking out the game. Chris Day, everybody's there posted up, getting ready for this finals to watch our boy Trevor Reeser hopefully get out there and do some damage for LA Infamous. But we'll be right back after this with the conclusion of this game and the pro finals coming right up.
Featuring wood, speed, or rec ball, Cousins Paintball makes it simple. Cousins Paintball is home to the XPL Lite, UWL, Star Series, SCPA, and PSP. Come to Texas's largest park, Cousins Paintball.
Cousins Paintball. You shoot paintballs.
So is Prime going to take this victory if they win this point, or Seattle Uprising here? But this is their last chance. They have to win this one to stay in this match. And it looks like Prime loses a body early, so this could be Uprising's opportunity. Doesn't look like a body is dropped for Uprising, so they off the break, so they will have a one-body advantage. Ormrod, Olstick, Arnold, Eaton, and Martell on the field for them to try to keep them in this final match here. 4 minutes and 20 seconds to go.
And Prime, they lose one body, but they are dug in right now. Back center, center can, center tower. Those three spots as well for Uprising. They have the body advantage. They have a body out wide. You can see him out there in the mini race bunker on the Dorito side. And here comes a move. Jumping out of that can and into the Xbox. There you see the player getting ready to get on his feet. Nope. Thought he was going to make a move. He didn't. Olsvik in the snake corner for Uprising. Prime also in the snake corner. Only Bianca getting shot for Prime so far. Approaching the 3-minute mark. 2-point lead for Prime.
Yeah, and Prime trying to just dig in right now with their 4 bodies they have left. They have 1 Manners, Olsvath, and Fugera on the field.
Uprising gonna have to think about going, but Prime really locking it down right now.
Well, then this is where time becomes that issue. You know, you have to leave yourself, if you're down by 2, you have to go into this point with the knowledge that comes a certain junction when you're going to have to start pushing forward regardless of whether or not those opportunities are there. You have to create them because you have to leave yourself enough time to come back and tie it up even if you win this point. And we're starting to get to that moment right here.
Yep, there's Manners on your screen, who we saw the big game out of earlier. He's looking to get kills. He's in the back center, but he gets goggled. 2:20 left to go. Here comes the...
Oh, they run right past each other.
Oh. What's going to happen? Any bodies left alive? So here comes Uprising as Arnold going to give himself a check. 2 minutes left. And Uprising going to get a hang.
Ooh, we got ourselves a 1-point game, Todd.
2 minutes left, 1-point game. Uprising feeling it right now. That's what happens.
So, but again, both teams playing clean here, at least in this point. Penalties not a factor past couple ones, but we've seen them today a lot. It's been a penalty-ridden day.
Man, I'll tell you what. People shooting some good lanes on the break. Guys trying to get out to these wide spots. It's tough, but, I mean, it's a roll of the dice. Seemingly teams have had to take out here to try and get some spacing. Otherwise, you know, if you shoot a body and then you don't get out wide, then you can very easily get bottled up in the center of the field. So, Uprising right now, they were also been doing a really good job of getting up the middle and attacking.
Have both teams used their timeouts? We might see a timeout here. I see Prime coming out. I don't see Uprising yet making their way onto the field. So we might potentially see a timeout from Uprising here. Haven't seen one yet.
Manners, Hicks, 1.
And here comes Uprising. So 10 seconds to go.
Yep. Same squad look like we got coming out here. Looks like all the way out to the snake side corner for Uprising. Antibodies, yes. Prime going to get 1. from Uprising going out to that Dorito corner. 1, 2, 3, 4 bodies for Prime. Did Prime lose one? Looks like Prime's got all their bodies.
And with the time ticking down here, it's not looking good for Uprising as they lost Tommy Tucker. So Prime going to try to maintain this lead with their 5 bodies alive. But Uprising putting themselves in a position to try to attack. Prime content to just get those standard first run bunkers and then just hang out in there and roll their guns and hold off the attack. They know it's coming. 1:12 seconds to go.
Oh, and there goes the first one. What you don't want to do is give away free bodies if you're Prime. You just want to lock it down and make Uprising come through your guns with 1 minute left to go. There you got Manners. Another Prime player catching a bounce in the arm.
Here it comes. Portland Uprising under a minute, 49 seconds. 4 players left alive. Nobody's died other than Tommy Tucker at the outset of this point. Here comes the push. Olsevik is going to come off, so they lose 1 attacker. Birmingham Prime loses 2 bodies. So here comes Uprising. They might be able to do it with the launch. Martel gets chewed up, and we're going to get a major penalty on Prime, and that is going to open the door for Seattle Uprising, and another one as well, too, which means they might start the next body. Oh, no, it was a penalty, so that is going to be a wash, and there still is 1 Prime player left, so completely chaotic point here. Penalties back and forth. No, the refs are going to pull that last player out for Prime, but again, Prime still has the lead here by 1. So
7, 6,
yep,
there's 1 body left alive on the field.
And they're going to, the refs are signaling the end of the point. So that was too chaotic to tell exactly what went down.
If that player for Uprising that made the move through the middle of the field had just walked off the field instead of standing and pointing, there would have been enough Uprising players to go grab the flag and win the game. But because he stood
or tie it up and take it.
Or tie it up, win the point.
Yeah.
Right? But because he was standing there pointing, he got himself a minor penalty and got another player pulled and took away the opportunity. Here it is right here.
There's Martel. Martel cuts through. You can see there's the Prime player, raises his gun up, and Martel continues to go. Can't tell if he got hit in his chest because we don't have the angle right there, but they continue shooting at each other, and then Martel screaming and pointing.
So that's going to be a major.
Pleading his case.
That was going to be a major on 41 right there.
And so the ref was in there checking him out. He might have had a hit even before that. Ref in there checking him out to see if he was hit on that side. And let's look at it from the eye in the sky. We're not going to be able to see it. Well, you can look here at the strategy on the attack. So Martel makes his run, and then as soon as you can see the ref there running from across the field, though.
I'm not sure if he was necessarily going to go
or just to get a better angle.
Or I think he was just going to go check him. I don't know if he was necessarily going to go pull him.
Well, look right there. If you pause it right here, see the hits on the pack.
Okay, back it up.
Yeah, no, there's hits on his pack right there.
On Martel's pack?
No, not Martel pack. The Prime player on the inside in the stand-up can. See the hits on his pack?
Uh-huh.
Okay, so I'm wondering if that came from Martel or if those were there already.
I think those come from Martel.
I think they come. Well, no, look, there might have already been a hit there.
But here comes Martel. He's going to run through. He's going to get that player first, and I think that's why that Prime player earned the major.
I thought there might have been a hit on his pack before that, man. You can't see from this angle because that stand-up tempo blocks out the can, but the referee running over there. The other referee was running towards the can.
Yeah,
so
he was just running to check him.
The referee's still out there talking it over.
But then Martel starts pointing and gets himself a minor. So they're going to put 13 seconds on the clock, and it's a tie ball game right now because there's a major with nobody left to pull.
And there's 13 seconds left.
Overtime.
We're overtime for sure. We're going to overtime. So we might see some one-on-one. So how the overtime works if you just tuned in. Well, first there's 13 seconds to burn off, but they're not going to score a point in 13 seconds. We're going to be heading overtime. Don't even get 5 bodies out for it. Portland Uprising. And Prime losing a couple bodies. And under 5 to 1. And that is it. We are going to head to an overtime period. So how the overtime period works is 3 minutes goes up on the clock. Majors and minors still in existence. And if no point is awarded to either team, neither team wins it. In the overtime period, we'll head to a series of one-on-ones.
Oh, man. Madness right there.
So the OT It's a shootout consists of a series of 5 60-second one-on-ones. First to 2 points wins. We've only seen one game ever go all the way to 5 one-on-ones, and that was that epic matchup in the Challengers Division final game between Los Angeles Ironmen and San Diego Dynasty last year, where they went to 5 one-on-ones, and Zach Wake ended up being the hero. That one, pulling off that last one-on-one, was tied 2-2 on the one-on-one. So we're going to be right back after this with some overtime paintball.
Paintball is 90% mental. The mental aspect of our sport goes far beyond game plans and visualization. Now more than ever, Empire provides an unmatched support system for you both on and off the field. Having this level of support allows you to focus on the things that you need to go out there and get the job done. The Empire All-In Sponsorship Program. Thousands of players, hundreds of teams, one family, one support system.
All right, here we go. 3 seconds to overtime. Who's going to get it? Seattle Uprising or Birmingham Prime?
On the breakout. Uprising still on your left, Prime on the right. Looks like a body dropping early for Prime. No bodies dropping thus far for Seattle Uprising. It was Aaron Pate taking the early walk for Prime. Prime now making a move up to the center, 50 in the center. And then
Prime looking to make a move through the middle. Not going to get it. Maybe a little premature. That's gonna give a two-body advantage to Uprising right now with 2:20 left to go. And here we see Uprising able to get into the snake as they have plenty of time to work it. Brandon Olson in the middle for Portland Uprising. Or Seattle Uprising. He's the one that's wearing that Ormrod jersey. Now up in the Xbox.
So with under 2 minutes to go now.
And here comes Olsen up into the A.
The thing is, can Uprising capitalize on the advantage they have? They have a two-body advantage. They have good field position. They're in the snake. They're up to the center 50. And look at what's happening to the Prime players. This is what they're doing right now. They have to. Those angles are starting to get a little small for them. So just trying to stay alive right now and try to take it into overtime, or try to take it into one-on-ones. That's Prime's best hope. Or try to catch Seattle Uprising slipping when they push past this 50-yard line.
And here goes Brandon Olsen, but he's going to get shot trying to make that move in the middle. Still 3 bodies left alive. Here comes Olsvik. He's going to get a shot in the pack of that center tower, and then he's going to get another one out of the back center. Olsvik having a game right now. 1 body left alive for Prime. He's up in that corner, and that is going to do it.
Wow. So I see Nate Schrader jumping up and down for his buddies. He's been helping them out all event long, and they are going to take the win here in overtime. So 4 players left alive for Seattle Uprising as they are going to hang that flag up. And congratulations to them. Uprising fought long and hard. Division I, incredibly difficult, but they were able to do it.
And there's Tommy Tucker getting that last flag hang, as now Seattle Uprising going to celebrate their victory.
You win, you celebrate. That's how it works.
Yep. Going to go get their cup, get their Lauren Kelly interview, get the big prize package.
Nice job. So let's look at this. So closing points. Oh, this was that play earlier on underneath that major penalty on
Brandon Olsen.
On Brandon Olsen, who's wearing Olsvik's jersey.
Ormrod's jersey.
Ormrod's jersey. Ryan Pruitt's jersey?
I think that Ryan Pruitt, yeah.
So nice.
Either way, I mean, that was a nice comeback there by Seattle Uprising. You know, with some last-minute heroics, being able to tie this game up, pushing through the middle of the field on that major penalty from Prime there at the end, sending it to overtime. So, Alex Gray, Brandon Olson, Matt Olsvik, Joel Eaton, Tommy Tucker, and all the rest of the crew from Seattle Uprising gonna be able to celebrate today.
And they deserve it, man. What a hard-fought victory, too. Prime gave them a game. Gave them a very good game. So the stage is set for the next game coming at us, and you can see them starting to take the field here. Los Angeles Infamous is going to be taking on Houston Heat to determine who will be the champion here, the PSP Dallas Open, for the first event of the 2015 season. And as we are seeing here in this multitude of highlights.
And that was the play right there. So on that play, the major penalty eliminated all the rest of the players that were alive. And that's what caused the major and the point to go to Uprising to send us to overtime.
Well, let's check in with Lauren Kelly with the winners.
Thanks, guys. I'm standing here with Alex Gray again from Uprising because they just won first place for D1. You were just saying how surreal this moment is. Can you explain it to me?
I mean, you only dream about this. You know, honestly, we work so hard for this. And, I mean, the moment's here. It doesn't feel like it right now, but later it's going to feel really good. These tournaments are battles, honestly. They take so much out of you. So much preparation goes into them. And so many things have to go your way, you know? Like, we were down that match 4-2, you know, just like at World Cup. That was the whole motivation for this tournament, was we got second place at World Cup, and we felt like we deserved it, but, you know, back to the drawing board. And that game we were down again, but like we've done before, we came back. It's the best feeling. It doesn't get better than this.
If you had to pick one favorite highlight or moment or play from the weekend, what would it be?
Brandon Olson. The guy's an animal. Going up the center, he does stuff that, like, you know, Alex Rodriguez, a Dynasty, would do, or guys like that. But the guy played on fire this weekend. And he didn't even play last year, honestly. We picked him up. You know, a couple guys said we need him. Kid's really quiet, but when he's on the field, I mean, he flips another switch, and he just turns on a whole new game. And all the rest of our guys, man. Matty Olsvik played very clutch. Tommy Tucker, Graham Arnold, very well. Connor Martell. We shot people off the break, and we got the job done. So it's the best feeling.
You did get the job done. Now, who do you want to thank for supporting you to get this win here at Dallas?
Thank you to Virtue Paintball. Thank you to Paintball Rack. Thank you to GI Sports. And thank you to Paintball Access and guys like Matty Marshall and Todd Martinez for creating the dream. You know, the players, they're who you look up to, but these guys narrate the story, and it doesn't exist without them. So thank you.
Well, congratulations. Go celebrate.
Yeah, let's go.
Guys, coming up, we will have the finals for Heat versus Infamous. We'll have to see who wins that one. Don't go anywhere.
Good job, Doug. Oh, I was so tired.
Featuring wood, speed, or rec ball, Cousins Paintball makes it simple. Cousins Paintball is home to the XPL Lite, UWL, Star Series, SCPA, and PSP. Come to Texas's largest park, Cousins Paintball.
Cousins Paintball. You shoot paintballs.
They say paintball is 90% mental. The mental aspect of our sport goes far beyond game plans and visualization. Doing what we do requires many different forms of support. Whether it's a pep talk from your coach, or something as simple as a phone call from a loved one. Everyone has their own emotional supporting cast to help them mentally prepare. In this day and age, in order to compete at the highest level, you need more than just emotional support. Now more than ever, Empire provides an unmatched support system for you both on and off the field. Having this level of support allows you to focus on the things that you need to go out there and get the job done. The Empire All-In Sponsorship Program. Thousands of players, hundreds of teams, one family, one support system.
You've come a long way from the first time you played paintball, charging in like Soap McTavish, only to give Blump to smithereens in seconds. Since then, you've played every weekend, watched every paintball video, gone to every pro clinic, and still, when it came down to a one-on-one to win the tournament, you choked. That's all in the past. This is a new season, a new match, a new you. This is your redemption.
The streets ain't chasing the same things you chasing. There's many temptations out there. Just stay focused, man. As a team, though. As a team. That's all I knew when I was here. That's what kind of kept me focused. That I finally ran into a team. And you guys have that same thing. Because it's you will never die. It'll never die.
Welcome back to the most important tournament, or most important game of the tournament here. Last game. It's the final matchup we have been waiting for. Los Angeles Infamous is taking on Houston Heat in the final in the Champions Division. Can't wait to see this game, man. Infamous returning champs here. They won this event last year, then struggled for the rest of the season. They are very hungry to try to get back to the top of professional paintball. Houston Heat, revamped lineup. They arguably best lineup on the entire sport, and they fought long and hard to get here. So, Todd, this is going to be a good one. This game brought to you by Empire Paintball. So, Todd, Houston Heat, LA Infamous. I know you used to coach Infamous, so you're pulling for your old school boys, but Houston Heat, very tough challenge in front of Los Angeles Infamous right now.
Yeah, definitely. You know, they got all the Moscow Red Legion players, a.k.a. Art Chaos players out there on Houston Heat now, and, you know, some other good players. So, let's see. This one's going to be a battle. Can't wait to see what's going to happen. Brad McCurley getting shot early on the break. Looks like that is the only body to drop. Malloy up there in the center, coming up into that second can on the snake side. Mishka, he takes a shot out of that Dorito 1, so bodies even right now on both sides of the field.
Yeah, Chad George fighting, trying to get in the snake over here on your screen, shooting down towards that sideline. And Malloy was also shooting this way as well, but now he switches his gun towards the D side of the field, even up on the body count. Better field position in the center right now with Malloy for Houston Heat. Fedorov and Sewers also out there as well for Houston Heat. A minute has elapsed.
For LA Infamous, you got Damian Ryan up in that Dorito side center can. Callie Rudolph mirrored up with Greg Sewers in that mini race bunker on the Dorito side. Corey Bornstein in the back center, and Alex Goldman in the snake side corner for LA Infamous. Chad George, a little bit better field position, threatening to get into the snake. Looks like he might be having a little bit of gun trouble right now.
Yeah, he's starting to do
loader trouble.
Doing surgery right now. But still with his gun up is Malloy in the center. Yep. There's finally getting it going. Chad George testing it out, checks off, brings his gun back out, establishes his line, and then gets up on his knees, starts looking for that move. You can tell by his body language, he wants to get to that snake. He's gunfighting out of there, and he's trying to make sure that this guy on your screen right now, Corey Bornstein, does not have his big gun his way. But Corey, in that back center, back and forth, now looking to the side, head checking that way, establishes a line, and then Konstantin Fedorov makes a move towards that side. So Heat stacking up bodies on that D side now, Todd, and then now Malloy makes a move and trips and falls, almost gets clipped, but he gets it in there alive.
Yeah, he does get in there. Callie Rudolph making a move up the Dorito side, and Malloy's going to get peeled off. I think he might have got shot by Alex Goldman, but that allows Chad George to get up into the snake on the confusion. Callie Rudolph looks like he might have gotten a bounce. He's still alive. Damian Ryan gets shot. Callie Rudolph, that ball broke. He's going to get pulled.
And now
Greg Sewers, he gets caught slipping over on the Dorito side. So now it's a 2-on-1, but Alex Goldman's going to get Chad George, but then get clipped in the pack. He was the last body alive, and he is going to get pulled.
Yeah, he's going to get pulled. Well, we'll see. I don't know. They might wipe him off. And Alex Goldman.
Looks like Alex Goldman dodged all those balls.
So
diving into the snake, Alex Goldman in a 2-on-1 situation makes the move down the wire, bunkers out Chad George, and then shoots Konstantin Fedorov running at him.
What a huge move for Alex Goldman to save that point for Los Angeles Infamous and put one on the board. And it was not looking good initially there for Infamous, as looks like Alexander Bernikov made it in there in the center. He got shot though. And then Chad George made his. It was just Alex Goldman. That's why they picked up Alex Goldman, so he could make that move in the clutch situation and put the first point on the board. So advantage Infamous. Houston Heat gonna have to go back to the drawing board here. You can see in their pits. That's Sam Monville. Been there since the beginning of the team. Putting some air in his gun, getting ready to go. Minute and 17 seconds before the start of this next point. What a chaotic point that was too, Todd. Bodies dropping from both sides early on. And when you look at this game matchup on paper, very evenly matched teams. And, and especially because Infamous played very, very well to get to this point. I see that clutch bar. You kind of have to take. After Infamous's stumbles in the middle of last season, you got to take their clutch bar back down a little bit. But the tournaments where they did do well, they did show good clutch ability. All those, the big one-on-one victory that Zach Wake had, and also Zach Wake's performance as he was the MVP of this game last year. So we'll see.
Hey, just like it's hard to be able to get to the level where you can compete consistently in this league, it's the same struggle to be able to go to those big games and win those big games. You have to work your way up to be able to get yourself to those big games, and then when you start making it up there consistently, to be able to knock off good teams. And, you know, Infamous and Dynasty have been battling for a long time, and finally Infamous able to come out and beat Dynasty out here and get themselves another trip to the finals. They did it last year. Doing again. There's Fedorov. There's that last exchange between Fedorov and Goldman.
Yeah, and you can't really see Goldman there on your screen, but man, you can see it from that other angle. Again, hats off to Alex Goldman to put Infamous on the board. So he's going to take a seat. Zach Wake, Bobby Aviles, Drew Templeton, and Zach Patient, and Trevor Reeser out to play.
Looks like Trevor Reeser just shot Chad George in the side of the head. He's in there asking for a check right now. Ball may have bounced. Referee checking him out. He's clean. Sergei Sholnishkov goes running up the middle. Looked like he got a shot in, but no, everybody clean on the Dorito side for LA Infamous.
You're looking at Infamous on your screen, making moves towards that D side of the field. There's Drew Templeton. He dodges the stream, getting in there, refills his gun, and he's going to now look towards that sign line. You can see, though, he wants to make moves. He starts talking it up. There's Bobby Aviles. We're looking at the angle from the start box on Infamous' side of the field. Oh, Bobby wanted to go snake side, but then decided to stick in there. Looks like Monville catches one. Oh, no, sorry, Chad George.
Yep, and Zach Wake getting in the snake. He's not going to have anybody on his side of the field. Sergey starts to retreat. Bobby Aviles and Zach Wake, I think he came out and got a shot on Malloy. So now Zach Wake starting to clock in and go to work. Reeser, Templeton, and Zach Patient over there on the Dorito side for LA Infamous.
Todd, just 3 bodies left alive for Houston Heat, but Los Angeles Infamous still has their full complement of players. However, I think they are about to lose. Trevor Reeser, they do. You saw the referee walking over there.
Yeah, Reeser gets shot out from Greg Sewers, who jumped up into the 40 Dorito. He and Fedorov mounting a push over there for Houston Heat. Zach Patient getting shot out of the back corner. So now Houston Heat with the advantage on the Dorito side. LA Infamous with the advantage on the Snake side. Drew Templeton, the last body over there. Zach Wake getting held down by Sergei Solnishkov, who backed up into that tower in the center.
And Todd, you can see there on the screen, there's Sergei looking towards the Snake side, trying to keep Zach Wake honest. Bobby Aviles and Zach Wake, though, by their body language, you can tell they're very anxious to try to move down the field, look for those angles. There goes Bobby. He makes his move to back up Wake.
Yeah, you can see from that angle that Sergei is just waiting for Zach Wake to try and cross through that zone. Zach Wake been playing the Snake. He's got Bobby behind him. Drew Templeton fighting fiercely with Fedorov.
And looks like Drew Templeton gets shot, though, on that side, on that D side of the field, which is going to put Bobby Aviles and Zach Wake in a pretty bad spot over here. They're the only 2 players left alive for Los Angeles Infamous. So look for Bobby Aviles to put his gun. Now he switches towards, I was going to say, somebody needs to shoot towards that Dorito side of the field.
Yep, Zach Wake finally going to put in Sergei. Bobby Aviles going to make a move up the middle. And Sergei gets shot. Bobby Aviles and Zach Wake taking on Sewers. Sewers crosses onto Infamous' side of the field.
Todd, the field completely switched now. As Infamous all on the Snake side, the 2 players left alive for Houston Heat, Fedorov and Sewers, are over there on the D side of the field.
Greg Sewers trying to get a shot in on Bobby Aviles. Bobby Aviles can't hide. He gets shot. Zach Wake attacking. And Fedorov going to get a shot in on Zach Wake as he tried to come back and play defense at Greg Sewers. But not going to be enough as Fedorov and Sewers over there had a little bit better field position.
Todd, 3-pack for Konstantin Fedorov. We just saw in that first point, Alex Goldman stepping up. Big players have big games. He was able to win that point for Infamous. And then now on the flip side, Konstantin Fedorov getting a bunch of kills here to solidify Houston Heat's point. It is now tied up at 1 apiece with 13:54 to go. So both these teams have very deep rosters, and that was one of the things I was interested to see as we moved on in this tournament, as we got to the finals. You know, that's the age-old paintball question. If you have a deep roster, do you go with 2 lines or do you go with the starting 5? So as we get more and more into this match, we're going to find out who are the guys that these teams are going to send out. There you see Konstantin Fedorov cleaning his gun, walking off. 29 confirmed kills for him here in 28 points played throughout this event. Awesome numbers from Konstantin Fedorov.
Yep, there he is. Walking up the field right now. Definitely one of my favorite players to watch out there. Always an exciting, dynamic player. But right now, Houston Heat sending in Smith, Moorhead. Looks like Taylor Monville. There you see LA Infamous on your screen. That's Brad McCurley, Damian Ryan, Callie Rudolph, Alex Goldman coming back out, and of course Corey Bornstein. Corey Bornstein having an event for LA Infamous as well.
And we've noticed, Todd, that throughout this event, well, we've seen the game plans change for these teams because of the condition of the field. We had that downpour all week long before the event. Then on Friday morning, it rained all day pretty much through the morning. It got a little bit less as the day progressed, but still what happened was it turned the field into a mud bog. And instead of just being slippery, the mud got deeper and deeper, and now the action has shifted mostly towards the center and that D side of the field, though we did watch Alex Goldman make moves in that first point here, snake side. So question is, as we get deeper into this match, are we going to see what we've been seeing all day today with more of the action flooding up the center, or are these teams going to start using the option of the snake again?
There you see Houston Heat lining up to go heavy towards the Dorito side. They head out to the corner. Mishka gets shot in the head, 2 steps out. So does Ryan Smith.
Yeah, not looking good right now for Houston Heat, but for
Brad
Los
McCurley.
Angeles Infamous, Brad McCurley, major penalty. So 2 minutes is going to go on that penalty clock.
Yeah, but lots of bodies walk off for Houston Heat as Thomas Taylor finds himself by himself over there in the snake side corner as Alex Goldman clocks in and goes to work. But, I mean, right now, major penalty with a lot of time left on it.
Smart job by Houston Heat, though, seeing that penalty and all those bodies walking off. As soon as they realized that this point was done, they had no chance. Thomas Taylor had a very slim chance of taking out the 4 remaining Infamous players. So what do? They concede the point, which preserves that major penalty that Brad McCurley got in that point. So what's going to happen is Infamous is going to be starting down a body. McCurley will be in the box for a pretty solid 2 minutes, and that's going to put Houston Heat on a power play. So down 1. It's going to give them that 20% advantage. You lose 20% of your firepower when you have somebody in the box. So looking at the event kill count leaders here as we're watching the last match of the tournament. 35 games we've watched played so far. And Matt Derula, wow, that's huge. Upton 187 crew came to play some paintball. They have Max Traylor and Matt Derula both in the top 5 for kill count leaders. Alex Rodriguez from Dynasty, Ryan Greenspan, Dynasty, got knocked out in the semifinals by Infamous. And then Max Traylor 4th, and Corey Bornstein playing for Infamous, 33 kills. So Matt Derula stepping up huge.
Yeah, and again, not really getting much attention, but Corey Bornstein out there right now on the field. He's the only player of that group that's still playing paintball today. Corey Bornstein with 33 kills in 30 points played, and far fewer deaths, only 11 deaths compared to the 20s and 30s up there across that board. So LA Infamous right now with a 2-1 lead over Houston Heat.
They sent Callie Rudolph, Templeton, Ryan, and Goldman out to play this next point. Goldman, the kill count leader for Infamous in this game. 3 confirmed for him. Off the break, Houston Heat, 5 players alive, pushing 2 into the center, but they lose Malloy. So Malloy coming off. So that's going to even up the body count. It's just Sewers, Chad George, Fedorov, and Sergey left out there right now.
Callie, Drew, Damian, and Mouse. As Drew gets shot trying to make a bump up the field. Greg Sewers, he makes a bump up to the Dorito too, but Sergey gets shot in the head as he tries to come across to get into the Dorito. There's Callie Rudolph on your screen, looking across the field towards the snake side. Chad George crawls into snake 1 for Houston Heat.
Yeah, so good move by Chad George off the chaos, and those bodies started dropping. Chad George able to get into snake 1.
3 bodies alive over here for Houston Heat. Fedorov, Sewers, and Chad George. 3 bodies on the field alive right now. Callie, Damian, and Mouse. As Mouse comes out of the corner,
And
looks like he might have taken a bounce.
And Todd
going into snake 1.
And still less than a minute now on that Brad McCurley penalty. So wonder which side he's going to go. Is he going to go snake side and help Mouse out, or is he going to go towards the D side? That will give Infamous 4 bodies to Houston Heat's 3, unless Houston Heat can find a way to shoot that box.
So Damian Ryan in the back center. Alex Goldman here in snake 1, trying to get a shot in as Konstantin Fedorov retreats from the Dorito side back to the back center. Infamous still burning time off that penalty, 27 seconds left to go. There you see the snake matchup with Chad George and Alex Goldman. Goldman coming over the top, trying to get kills.
You hear a little bit of noise from the crowd because Greg Sewers tried to make a move into the 50 and get shot out on the Dorito side. Nobody on the Dorito side now for Houston Heat. And in 10 seconds, Infamous is going to get Brad McCurley out of the box.
Chad George making his move into Snake 2, matching up down the sidelines, puts in Alex Goldman. This is the Snake gunfight right now, and then here comes Brad McCurley out of the box, chooses to go to the D side, and then off that move, Callie gives a look back to see if Brad McCurley is alive, and Brad McCurley able to make it out there, so 4 bodies alive for Infamous.
And Houston Heat gonna blow that horn and concede the point as LA Infamous able to burn that whole penalty off and score the point, so they're gonna go up 3-1 right now. Man, really tense points out here, Matty, right now. I don't know if you guys can feel it, but
Infamous wants to win this event. They were very disappointed in how things went for them last year after their win in Dallas, and they picked up Alex Goldman, they picked up Trevor Reeser. They have a renewed hunger to try to be the best again. So does Houston Heat, though, but Houston Heat just not good enough so far through the 4 points that we have seen. Houston Heat 1, Los Angeles Infamous 3, 11 minutes and 31 seconds to go. We're getting a look in the pits. There's Damian Ryan getting suited up with some more pods. And we're going to be right back after this. More of this championship matchup. Stick with us.
It's 90% mental. The mental aspect of our sport goes far beyond game plans and visualization. Now more than ever, Empire provides an unmatched support system for you both on and off the field. Having this level of support allows you to focus on the things that you need to go out there and get the job done. The Empire All-In Sponsorship Program. Thousands of players, hundreds of teams, one family, one support system.
Looking at Infamous on the breakout, 5 strong. McCurley able to get out of that box.
Oh, looks like
they won that point.
Sorry, Callie Rudolph looks like he got shot in the pack, running out to that Dorito side. Yes, he's going to walk off the field. Here comes Brad McCurley as Chad George and Konstantin Fedorov get shot on the break, both off the D side.
But Todd, looks like Alex Goldman also walking off here, so bodies dropping for both teams. It's 3-on-3 right now.
Mishka up in that center can, Sergey in the back. I think that's Greg Sewers over there in the Dorito side corner. Damian Ryan standing up at the Xbox.
Uh-oh, referee running in to check out Infamous in the center. Looks like he's clean, so the 3 players left alive for both these teams stuck in the center. Better field position, though, with Brad McCurley here for Infamous as he's out a little wide. There's Damian Ryan on your screen, up there really far in the center. Not quite to the 50-yard line, though, but better field position still than Mishka for Houston Heat, who is the center player farthest up for Houston Heat.
Yeah, and Corey Bornstein able to fill out from the back center. Been doing that really well all event, getting out to that mini race. Greg Sewers jumping up into the mini Dorito. Here comes Damian Ryan. He's going to be up in the right side of the A on the Snake side, and he's going to chew up Sergey as Sergey tries to make a bump out to the Dorito side, and then he's going to launch through the middle. He's going to trade out with Mishka. Just one body. It's Greg Sewers running down the field. He's going to trade out with Corey Bornstein, so just Brad McCurley left on the field.
Yeah, Brad McCurley, the lone survivor here for Los Angeles Infamous. And that's all it takes, though. Just keep one alive. And we're going to probably see more of that with these 2 evenly matched squads battling it out. But, you know, we talked about how evenly matched these teams were. But when you look at that lineup from Houston Heat, you expect maybe, okay, maybe they should win this tournament. Or maybe Infamous would. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter on paper. That we shoot the paintballs at each other for a reason so we can determine who's the best. Right now, Infamous through 5 points, proving the better team. 4-1 is the score. 10:09 to go. 4 confirmed kills for Damian Ryan, 5 for Alex Goldman, and it looks like 3 for both Corey Bornstein and Kevin Callie Rudolph.
Yeah, Matty, it's going to take 7 to win this game, though, probably. 10 minutes left to go. LA Infamous working hard out here, trying to give themselves a lead, close this game out. But anything is possible out here. That's what makes this game exciting. We're in the Infamous pit over here. That's Damian Ryan, who just had a game for LA Infamous.
Infamous just refusing to break. Look at Damian Ryan. Even though it was 3-on-3, he was the aggressor. He moved up to that center, took some ground, and then was able to come through, create a little diversion. You could see there, as even though a big move was made down the Dorito side by Houston Heat, Brad McCurley able to stay alive, do damage control, and be the lone survivor to grab that flag. There's Damian Ryan for Los Angeles Infamous getting a look in the pits here. It's very difficult for these teams with the muddy conditions to have that 2-minute turnaround. You only have 2 minutes in between points to come back, get more paint, more air, get wiped off, and get ready to play the next one.
So Infamous now going to be sending out Patient, Templeton, Reeser, Aviles, and Wake. There's Brad McCurley on your screen right now.
So as McCurley gets ready for this next one, we are going to take a quick break. We'll be right back after this. Welcome back here, 2015 PSP Dallas Open. I'm Matty Marshall with Todd Martinez. Houston Heat needs to step it up right now because they're losing by 3 to Los Angeles Infamous. Infamous, if they can keep this going, they will repeat as Dallas Open champions 2 years in a row. 10 minutes and 9 seconds remain and about 27 seconds before the start of this next point.
Yeah, Matty, and Houston Heat's coming with that same squad again. Sergey, Fedorov, Sewers. Looks like we got Mishka and Chad George coming out for LA Infamous. Patient, Templeton, Aviles, Wake, and Reeser.
Infamous on your right. Heat on your left. Here we go. Off the break. Heavy guns in the center for Infamous, and it looks like trying to get out wide is Houston Heat, but they lose. Mishka up the center.
One body down. Infamous with the advantage. I think Drew Templeton caught Mishka coming up the center of that field, going to that center tower, shooting towards the inside. And that's going to put Sergey right there in the middle. A little bit of a disadvantage. He's going to have to play both ways right now. There's Drew Templeton in Sergey's mirror, both shooting towards the Dorito side. Trevor Reeser at that can right next to Templeton, standing up tall, shooting towards the snake, trying to keep Chad George from making any moves on the snake side. Zach Wake getting out alive
looks
to
like
the snake corner.
But Todd, body dropping here for Infamous, as it looks like that is Patient. Yeah, Zach Patient coming off on that D side of the field. So it's evened up on the body count, 4-on-4 right now. And tough to tell, really, it was better field position, Todd. I think that it's pretty even here.
Well, with Wake out here in the corner, Bobby Aviles comes out of the back center, and he gets into the snake side temple. The real attack has been coming from Greg Sewers over there on the Dorito side. But Drew Templeton in a good position to keep him in that corner. Sergey stands up, and he goes into the can. Bobby Aviles makes a big move all the way around the second snake temple and dives into the snake, but Drew Templeton dies. So somebody's going to have to protect Trevor Reeser's back. Greg Sewers comes running. He's going to jump into the 50 Dorito.
Yeah, but here comes Damian Ryan. Tries to make a move in the center, but gets chewed up. So Houston Heat looking pretty solid right here, as they only have 2 bodies that they need to worry about, Zach Wake and Bobby Aviles. Wake gets taken out, so here comes Houston Heat to pull within 2.
Yeah, and that was Greg Sewers over there making that big move up into the 50 Dorito, shoots Reeser in the back, and then forces Zach Wake to have to deal with him. Comes around, and I believe he shot Bobby Aviles as well out of Snake 1. So I think Trevor started to feel the pressure, started to cut up the middle, and got his back blown apart by Sewers. Greg, realizing that Zach Patient had died out of that corner. Once Drew Templeton died, Drew Templeton was the only gun that was over there looking that way. And just made a big move out of the corner, came up, slowly bumped his way up to that 50 Dorito, and then started going to work.
It just came down to Heat playing better out of their bunkers in that spot. Too many early deaths there for Los Angeles Infamous. And here are the event fantasy score leaders. Matt Derula killing it, #1. He also killed it on the kill count. Alex Goldman, Damian Ryan, and Brad McCurley, all from Infamous, making the top 5. And then the always solid Ryan Greenspan, who had a very good event for San Diego Dynasty. So hope you guys had one of these 5 players, or hopefully a couple of them on your fantasy squad. So Todd, in that last point there, we saw Infamous give a little bit. They lost a couple early bodies. They were out farther wide here, snake side. Houston Heat was out farther wide on the D side, but it wasn't really field position that dictated that particular point. It was just too many bodies dropping for Infamous.
Yeah, I mean, like Greg said earlier, they really like pushing that Dorito side. They feel it's a really fast side, and the first body to come off for them. They had great field position over here on the snake side. Zach Patient dying out of that Dorito side mini race bunker, was really the difference, because then Sergey could come up in the middle and really help put the pressure on Drew Templeton. And so, every time Callie Rudolph has gotten in there, he's been doing a good job of staying alive. But Zach Patient, first one to die. Corey Bornstein has been able to fill that several times throughout this tournament, but no body in the back center as Bobby swung out here towards the snake side. So we'll see how Infamous plays it here, see what Houston Heat tries to bring.
On the breakout here, Houston Heat keeping those bodies in the center, not risking anybody. But on the flip side, Los Angeles Infamous, they send Mouse all the way to the snake off the break, but they lose 2 bodies, Todd. They lose Callie Rudolph and Damian Ryan in the center.
Yeah.
So they're playing down on their heels.
Yeah, already on their heels. Greg Sewers, he gets shot, though, for Houston Heat. McCory Bornstein, he's dealing over here towards the snake side. Alex Goldman's alive in the center. Chad George, he's in the first temple on the snake side. Sergey up in the middle. Mishka, he's in the Dorito 1. So he's looking towards the snake side.
So if the push comes up the D side, which is probably going to come for Houston Heat, you're looking at the line for Houston Heat on your screen right now. 4 players alive for them, only 3 for Infamous, and they are all on the snake side of the field. So that's going to turn the tables a little bit and allow Houston Heat a little bit more breathing room, because they don't have to worry about anyone necessarily down that sideline on the D side. So back center is hot for Infamous, and they also have, again, Goldman in snake 1. And there's Brad McCurley on your screen right now, trying to slow the advance of Houston Heat on that D side.
Yep. And Fedorov was in the middle, just pounding Alex Goldman's bunker. But he moved over to that pin to try and get a shot in on Fedorov. Fedorov now going to back up.
Ooh, this is a risky play for Fedorov. He almost got shot already, but he's going to use that to get out wide, so it ended up working for him. And you see, there's not a lot of players that have the field vision to be able to do that sort of thing. So living on the edge, but making it out wide, trying to spread the field and help out his other player over there on that D side.
Yeah, and time coming off the clock here, Maddie. 6.5 minutes left to go in this game. Infamous down 1 body. They have Corey Bornstein over there in the back center with Brad McCurley in the temple and Alex Goldman here in the snake. Fedorov able to spread the field wide, getting over there. You see the 3 Russians still alive across on the other side of the field. Chad George, he makes his bump into the snake, so now he's going to mirror up with Alex Goldman and have to make him worry about him just a little bit.
Well, Todd, time definitely becoming an issue because, look, down by 2. If Heat doesn't win this point, they'll be down by 3, so... But Heat has a 1-body advantage. This is a must-win situation for Houston Heat now that we've cracked the 6-minute mark, and it's definitely going to help as Brad McCurley gets peeled off, and so does Bobby, who's that in the back center? Corey Bornstein. So Corey Bornstein and Brad come off, leaving just Alex Goldman to try to take as much time off this clock as possible, but it looks like Houston Heat, unless Alex can pull off something crazy, is going to pull within 1 here, Todd.
Yeah, and Chad George, he's coming down the snake, and Alex Goldman is going to get shot and just not have enough. And Fedorov, Chad George, and Sergey Solnyshkov able to pull another one out for Houston Heat. So Houston Heat slowly climbing back in this game, Maddie. 1 point game now, 5 minutes left to go.
You know who's having an amazing game for Houston Heat is Greg Sewers. 8 confirmed kills for Greg over there on that D side of the field. So the quiet killer making an impact here, which is definitely helping out. Konstantin Fedorov, 6 confirmed kills for him. Sergey, 5. Mishka, 3. And Chad George been real. It's tough over here again on the snake side of the field. 1 confirmed kill for Chad George. But the most important stat of all is that Houston Heat is now just 1 point away from tying this game up against Los Angeles Infamous here. Score 4-3 with just about 5 minutes to play. 5:02 on the clock. Looking in the pits right now, there's Sergey Solnaiskov, and then Ryan Smith and Ryan Moorhead. Let's listen in real quick.
Chad George is down, Fedorov.
Why?
What?
Go. Down this one.
Hey, you have to play the spot, okay? Hey, bro. Yeah, I'm good.
So calm and composed mostly in the pits there. It sounded like Chad George was down, said he wasn't ready, so I don't know if we're going to see Chad out for this next one.
Hey.
It's highly doubtful.
So
he said he's down. I don't think he's going to be able to get in there.
Yeah, so tense moments here. Exactly what we thought we'd see from these two teams here, Todd. Still 1 point lead for Los Angeles Infamous. Mouse, the new pickup for them, coming over from the Ironman in the offseason, playing outstanding for him at this event and also in this game.
Yeah, I mean, we saw number 2 Fantasy, but, I mean, that doesn't even explain the type of moves that he's making out here right now. Just ridiculous saving games, winning points, getting 3 and 4 packs for LA Infamous. Huge pickup for them. Definitely proving very valuable right now.
Yeah, so the question is, can Infamous stave off the attack for Houston Heat? We're probably going to see potentially another long point, but, you know, you always can tell when a point could run long is when you get 5 bodies out alive. So Houston Heat really going to try to work those off-the-break shots to give them an advantage on the body count early on here in this point. And it's going to be Mishka, Malloy, and Sergey probably trying to get those off-the-break shots. In the center, yep, 3 guns up and 2 runners. So those 3 people we just mentioned, there's Sergey that goes up into the center, and it doesn't look like any bodies have dropped yet for Infamous, but Kali Rudolph is way out in the open, just like Fedorov was, and he's able to stay alive. So it looks like 5 bodies alive for both teams here, and 2 in that back center for Houston Heat, rolling those guns, trying to keep Infamous from advancing up the field. But it's Houston Heat that needs to advance up the field or start winning gunfights. One of the 2.
Yep, there you see Fedorov. There's Mishka and Bierdnikov now in the game.
Oh, Kali Rudolph, the first to drop for Los Angeles Infamous. He was living on the edge over there on the D side of the field and ended up costing him and his team. So Kali comes off early. Now he was shot by Mishka. So Damian Ryan, Goldman, McCurley, and Bornstein left to get it done here and preserve this 1 point lead as Houston Heat starts making their moves in the center and on that D side.
Yeah, Houston Heat right now with the 4 Russians on the field and Greg Sewers pushing hard up that Dorito side. But Damian Ryan in the middle looking for bodies. There you see Bierdnikov and Fedorov for Houston Heat. Here's the lineup. That's Alex Goldman, Brad McCurley, Corey Bornstein, and Damian Ryan for LA Infamous. That's Sergey Solnaiskov up in that wing in the Dorito Lane alley. Looking to play around the outside to get some shots in on Damian, put the pressure on him. Damian's going to have to stand up.
Yeah, also
it's going to get really small in there for him.
You can see Sergey on your screen right now. He's going to load his second to last pod, I think. And with 3 minutes and 17 seconds left, paint might become an issue. We'll see. Right now, though, Heat trying to work this body advantage and try to take ground, but Infamous not wanting to give any up, rolling those guns and trying to keep Heat honest.
Yeah, Corey Bornstein getting shot out of the back center, so just 3 bodies left alive now for Infamous. Mishka getting a check up in that center can. There's Sergey Solnaiskov. Here comes Mishka into the middle of the field. He's going to look to launch.
Oh, but Todd, a body drop, and it's Greg Sewers with his 9 confirmed kills. Comes off for Houston Heat. Here comes the move up the center. Mishka, did he make it? He's still alive. And he shoots Damian Ryan out, so Mishka's still alive over there and starting to chalk up kills. So it's just Alex Goldman and Brad McCurley here, snake side, with 2 minutes and 33 seconds left to go. McCurley makes his move to the back center. Here comes Goldman, makes his move to the snake.
And here comes Malloy running at Alex Goldman. Is he going to get Malloy? Malloy's going to get Goldman. Bierdnikov, is he alive? He is not alive. Brad McCurley is still alive.
But Brad McCurley might have got taken out, though, as he made his run out to the back corner.
McCurley is still alive, and there are 3 Houston Heat players still alive on the field right now. Mishka, Fedorov, and Sergey all spread across the field. There you see Fedorov on your screen. He's going to get his gun fixed before he goes and grabs the flag. And Brad McCurley, unable to hide in that back corner pin.
So now, with Heat tying it up, Todd, the question becomes, can either one of these teams score a point within 1 minute and 47 seconds? Obviously, that is definitely enough time. And again, look for the kills off the break. That typically dictates the time of a point. However, can either one of these teams score a point, or are we going to be heading to overtime?
Yeah, I mean, wow, 147, Matty. You know, a lot of long, drawn-out points, 2 and 3 minutes. You know, these teams both shooting really good lanes. I mean, Houston Heat's been shooting a lot of bodies on the break here lately, allowed themselves to get themselves back in this game. So, man, 4-4. Can't ask for much more than this for a pro champion finals.
So it looks like a timeout has been called as we get a look there in the pits. There's
Sam Monville, Chad Boucher cleaning guns for the Russians to get back out on the field. There's Big Sergey in the mix, getting kills, helping Heat get back in the game. There's Malloy, who just made that big move down the field to get Goldman.
Yeah, completely laying out for that one, but it ended up working out. So Houston Heat fighting back and scrapping to tie this game up at 4. And we're going to take a quick commercial break. We'll be right back with more of this championship matchup. Welcome back here to the 2015 PSP Dallas Open Championship matchup. I'm Matty Marshall with Tom Martinez. Houston Heat and Los Angeles Infamous have played to a dead heat. It is 4-4 with 1 minute and 47 seconds to go. Infamous had called a timeout, and now on the breakout, both teams going up the center as usual, and look for those off-the-break shots and how many bodies drop. That will dictate whether or not we could potentially see an overtime point here, or if one of these teams is going to prevail. And Todd, it looks like both of these teams 5 strong right now.
Yep, and it looks like Infamous made a change. Instead of sending Callie Rudolph out to that Dorito side mini race, they're going to send Drew Templeton out there instead of sending Damian Ryan up into the can. He's up in the center tower right now. There's Mishka in the back center for Houston Heat. Sergey up in the middle in that tower. Fedorov in the snake side temple. Chad George breaking out to the snake side corner. And Greg Sewers again making it out wide in Drew Templeton's mirror. The mini race on the Dorito side.
Yeah, there's the back line for Houston Heat. Rather, actually, conservative. I think that we're definitely going to overtime. I think both these teams came out, Todd kind of feeling it out, see if they could get those off-the-break kills. And then as soon as they saw it's 5-on-5, they're like, okay, let's just ride this out. We'll reset. We'll go into overtime with 3 minutes. It's a 3-minute overtime point, and if we can't determine a winner in 3 minutes, then we will head to a one-on-one shootout.
Oh man, a one-on-one shootout between these two teams?
Ooh, that would be nasty.
That would be ridiculous.
Infamous not strangers to one-on-one shootouts as they did one against Dynasty. Oh, looks like Brad McCurley getting shot out of his spot, but that's not going to matter, man. With only 15 seconds left to go here, that's going to do it for regulation time, and we will be heading to an overtime point. Under 5 now, and Fedorov rolling his gun. But it's not going to matter. So the horn's going to sound, and we're going to throw 3 minutes up on the clock. These teams will have another 2 minutes to get set, and then we will see an overtime point. And if no one wins that point, then we will go to one-on-ones here in the championship match. Couldn't ask for a closer game. And we talked about this, Todd, at the outset of this match, about how both of these teams were really hungry. Heat also did not have a good year last year. And Randy Smith, the owner, making extra sure that they were not going to do that again this year by going out and picking up the Russian Stars to add to their already awesome lineup. And then also Infamous doubled down this year, too.
Yep.
So
big money.
So there's Big Jason Chosen, who's done a good job of guiding the ship for the past couple years, or since the beginning. So heading into year 4 now.
Also, Tim Montresor.
He was also the coach of the Philly Americans, which was a winning team, which had Moorhead and Montresor on it.
Also had Fedorov and Jason Edwards.
Yep, Jason Edwards now leading the ship for Tampa Bay Damage.
Believe right now. Relax, believe, play on the team.
So you can hear in the pits the intensity here for Houston Heat. Relax and believe is what they're saying. That's good advice. Relax and believe, because look, at this point, as deep as we are into the tournament, everybody knows what's going on. You know who's starting. We know who's coming out for this next point.
Russians and Sewers, McCurley, Damian, Goldman, Callie.
You know there's going to be guys running up in the center. I mean, nothing crazy is going to happen in this point. There's too much at stake. So it's going to be a traditional breakout, and then from there, it's going to be who wins gunfights. And the off-the-break shots, too. That's the key. Winning gunfights, and most importantly, off-the-break shots. Because if those work, then you may not have to win as many gunfights.
Yeah, looks like we got Bornstein coming on the field again as well, but Drew Templeton going to go in for Callie Rudolph again on that Dorito side for Infamous, so maybe Callie having a little trouble getting out there. They're going to go with that switch. Here's the beginning of the overtime point on the break.
And it looks like if we have 5 alive for both teams, we very well could see one-on-ones. And it looks...
Oh, man, Chad George got bounced going into the snake corner for Houston Heat, but no bodies drop on the break.
Well, Houston Heat doubling up that back center, so Fedorov or Mishka is going to have to eventually get out of there, but oh no, Drew Templeton getting shot out of his spot over on the D side of the field with 2 minutes and 30 seconds left in this overtime period, so it's just Goldman, Bornstein, McCurley, and Ryan to try to keep Houston Heat from pushing forward. Houston Heat still doubling up that back center, Todd.
Yeah, and Houston Heat, they got good spacing right now as Sewers went over to the Dorito side corner instead of going to the little mini race bunker. Damian Ryan standing up tall. There's Sergey Soldashkov surveying the field. Standing up tall, looking for kills on the snake side. Damian Ryan.
There's the eye.
Lock off the snake side.
And there's your eye in the sky view, getting a look up at the field position here for each team. And now looking at Heat, there's Sergey and Fedorov. Fedorov finally getting out of that back center bunker and moving towards the D side. That's where he wants to launch his attack. It's a much faster side right now than the mud bog that is the snake.
Oh, and Brad McCurley gets shot as Alex Goldman shoots Chad George and then takes off and moves up a bunker. So 3 bodies left now alive for LA Infamous, 4 for Houston Heat. But Alex Goldman diving into the snake.
He's going to come into snake one, and he's going to have a lot of room to play with.
Oh, Goldman almost caught the back center bunker. I think he might have got him. No, he wasn't able to do it. But now Goldman, look at how far Goldman is up on the snake, past the 50-yard line. This might be the move that could win the tournament if Goldman can get some kills and catch some people sleeping, but also launching on the attack up that to the 50-yard line, Dorito. Goldman
He gets one.
Goldman
gets
breaking
one.
paint. Under a minute now, Todd.
Yep, under a minute. Alex Goldman up here past the snake. Corey Bornstein and Damian still alive. Goldman can get a shot on the 50 Dorito if he can get a straight ball out of his gun. There's Mishka and Sewers. Here comes Mishka up to the center tower where Sergey just got shot out of.
42 seconds.
3-on-3 ball game right now, 40 seconds.
Dang.
And Mishka going to get shot in the pack, backing up.
Look at this, though,
Greg
Todd.
Sewers going to come running all the way across the field.
Coast to coast. Can Goldman pick him up? I think he made it in there clean. And I think Goldman might have got shot. No, Goldman's still in there, but Greg Sewers able to make that coast-to-coast run.
25 seconds left. Is this the move that's going to make it? Greg Sewers there in the back center.
I don't know. Sewers.
17 seconds left.
Sewers has to get his gun towards that
It's
inside.
a 3-on-1. And LA Infamous off the move by Alex Goldman.
And look at Alex Goldman on your screen, triumphant. What an amazing pickup for Los Angeles Infamous and a performance as Alex Goldman drops to his knees, eyes to the sky, victorious once again.
Oh my goodness, Maddie.
What an amazing
Just when
game.
it looked really, really bad for LA Infamous, they go down 5-on-3. Alex Goldman shoots Chad George out of the corner, calls his shot on the way to the temple, runs up, dives in the snake, comes across, shoots Sergey, and then shoots Mishka to win the game for LA Infamous.
What a huge performance by Infamous. They come into this event having a very terrible mid portion of a 2014 season. They won this event last year, and they were so confident at picking up a guy like Goldman, knowing what's possible out there, and proving it to himself, to the world, and to his teammates.
Oh my goodness, Maddie. A la Brad McCurley in overtime, but Infamous got that first win. Let's go to the pit.
Thanks for the help. Who do they fuck shot? It's Goldman all day, baby. Fuck yeah, man.
So a victorious Los Angeles Infamous spills out onto the field. And again, champions of the 2015 PSP Dallas Open. They won this event last year, and they need to be so proud of themselves right now. So much adversity they faced last season. And coming in against a very strong field. They played an amazing Houston Heat. They knew that this was not going to be an easy game, but somehow, some way, they ended up did not look good for them in that point. They lost bodies early.
Yeah, lost bodies, but Corey Bornstein made a really great fill once again, coming up huge. I cannot understate how important it was for Corey Bornstein and the way that he played this event. As big as Mouse was, you know, making these huge moves and getting these kills, Corey Bornstein being so steady, so consistent, able to fill all the way out there to the Dorito side to keep that push from coming, as Mishka and Fedorov and Sewers were over there just looking to attack. And he comes out. That allows Alex Goldman a little bit more time. He wins that gun battle against Chad George and makes the big move down the snake to win it.
It's so interesting that the snake has been ignored for most of today's competition, and the majority of the action going on in the center and down that D side of the field. And every now and then, players would make it in the snake and make something glorious happen. And it just happened to be Alex Goldman, his stock and trade over the years, and how we got paintball famous was getting in the snake and getting it done in big games and proving yet again what a top-notch competitor Alex Goldman is. But it's not just Goldman. Good, amazing team effort. Yes, Goldman did have 8 confirmed kills in this match, but Corey Bornstein stepped up all event long for them, as well as Damian Ryan and Brad McCurley. Yes, Brad McCurley did die early in that game, in that last point, but Damian Ryan was alive in that center, wheeling and dealing, and making that Goldman move possible.
No, Maddie, time after time, this was a 100% team effort. Everybody contributed out there. Callie Rudolph was just killing people all event, winning games for LA Infamous down that Dorito side to help them get here. Corey Bornstein, the Rock that I just talked about. Damian Ryan coming up with huge point after huge point, and Alex Goldman, the most clutch player when the team needed it most, coming out here and getting a ton of kills and helping LA Infamous get that repeat victory here at the Dallas Open.
Heat shouldn't hang their heads too low. Went all the way to overtime here with Infamous, and it took a special move to put them down. But I'll tell you what, man, Houston Heat has definitely rebuilt their roster. They look phenomenal here at this event. They're going to be a threat at every tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. Just like we said before this game, how it takes a lot of these, being in a lot of these big games to learn how to win them consistently. LA Infamous, they have obviously reached that peak, and now they are going to be a contender every single event this season, just like you said. There you see them on the field popping that champagne, or as they like to pop them, Bud Lights. All over the place. So this is the 3rd win now for LA Infamous with this core since 2012.
Well, and the early favorites, obviously, as they win this one for the PSP Series title. The hardest thing to win in paintball, which was won last year by Edmonton Impact, and the year before that by San Diego Dynasty, is to win the overall series title. And they are definitely now in the running here. Also, Houston Heat in the running, too, with the 2nd place finish.
Yeah, Houston Heat, they had a pretty rough year last year, but with the addition of all the Russians, they're obviously back here and in full effect. I mean, that game could have gone either way, but, some heroics here by Alex Goldman. But that Houston Heat team, this is basically the same team that they had when they came into this league, but better. So
yeah, exactly. And that's a point that I think bears repeating. Not only are they better because they have Malloy on the team, they picked up Alexander Burnikoff, but also a lot of the guys surrounding them are also doing really well too. Ryan Smith had a really big, huge event here, and I think this is his breakout performance. So let's check in with Lauren Kelly with the victors.
Hey guys, I'm down here with your champs of the Dallas Open Infamous. Congratulations, guys. Travis, what was running through your mind during that overtime?
I was like, oh my, yeah. I was trying to keep it clean.
Did you guys think you were probably going to go into one-on-ones?
No, I knew we had this overtime. We always play to win.
Well, congratulations. Who do you want to thank?
No, who do you love?
We'd like to thank our sponsors, Empire Paintball, and we want to give a special shout out to Jerry Devereaux. Yeah, baby.
Congratulations, Infamous. You're back on top. We'll see you next time.
Poor Lauren Kelly getting doused every single time that she has to go interview the winners, and gives us her frowny face. But yeah, congratulations again to Los Angeles Infamous and everybody that won today. We saw some crazy divisional matchups too, Todd. Not sure if we're going to see those highlights. Right now we're watching highlights here from that last point. Look at this. Let's watch Alex Goldman. This is what this is what redemption looks like.
Well put,
Look at
Matty.
those eyes.
Well put.
Goldman actually pondered retirement in the offseason, and I think he's probably going to thank himself maybe later on tonight, or maybe he's doing it right now, for actually not pulling the trigger on that.
Hey, he works hard. There's a reason why he's able to do what he does out here. That guy works hard. He's 100%, 110% committed to being a professional paintball player and being the best at his craft. And when you put in that sort of effort and you have that sort of commitment and dedication, that's what happens to you out there.
Yeah, beautiful work. And also, we can't forget about the teams that made it to the semifinals. We had San Antonio X Factor and San Diego Dynasty. Yes, San Antonio X Factor did get defeated by Infamous 5-3, but that was a fight too. And I think X Factor is another team that's going to be in the hunt this year. Just looking at how well they played in the prelims, and how, after talking to Alex Martinez about his mentality and what he's trying to do with that team, I think long term, man, and for this season right now, I think they're going to be a favorite this year as far as the series title is concerned and wins this year, and also San Diego Dynasty. I mean, San Diego Dynasty. Made it onto the semifinals. X Factor lost in the quarters, but still, San Diego Dynasty is another team. I thought Alex Rodriguez played phenomenal. Ryan Greenspan, as always. But the big question there with Oliver, is Oliver going to return this year? Are we going to see him again? He says not. He says no, at least now. But who knows? And there's Alex Rodriguez with his run-throughs in the center. But he definitely really came up and proved, like, look, I left the Ironman and I want a fresh start with Dynasty, and he played with a chip on his shoulder the entire time. So just, again, but like to send a shout-out and congratulations to all the players that played here on this webcast field, and not only not just the winners, too, also the guys that took second. So what an amazing event here we had for the 2015 PSP Dallas Open. Thank you guys so much for your support. We're doing this for you guys. We want to bring you guys the best paintball action on planet Earth and the best players in the biggest show we possibly can give you. So again, thank you so much for your support and help us spread the paintball gospel. So I'm Matty Marshall with Todd Martinez and Lauren Kelly. On behalf of our entire broadcast crew, thank you so much for tuning in, and we'll see you in Nashville.
I don't got real shit to say that I don't make a sound. I was #1 and losing, now it seems we run the town. I've been climbing up them ropes, now I can't seem to get me down. And my homies that I came with be the only ones around. Ain't nobody got nothing, everybody got something. Consider this a sun thing, everybody go ahead and run thing and just preach. Yeah, that's how we preach. Yeah, that's how we preach. I don't got real shit to say that I don't make a sound. I was #1 and losing, now it seems we run the town. I've been climbing up them ropes, now I can't seem to get me down. And my homies that I came with be the only ones around. Wow, I really like the beat. I got some shit up on my chest. I think it's time I preach. It's time I preach. Yeah, it's time I preach. Yeah, it's time I preach. I don't got real shit to say that I don't make a sound. I was #1 and losing, now it seems we run the town.